800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Rachel Campos-Duffy.
I'm David Asman, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Monday, March 25th, 2024. I'm Mike Emanuel. Congress avoided a government shutdown at the end of last week, but it wasn't without drama, with Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene filing a motion to vacate the chair, seeking to remove House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Instead of being able to persuade others to come along with their ideas and their goals in Congress, they just try to extort the Speaker.
I'm Chris Foster. You can't control the weather, and that's contributing to the high cost of home insurance premiums, especially in disaster-prone states like Florida.
It's really something that a lot of Florida residents are dealing with, and it's increasing the cost of housing, making affordability that much more an issue, which, as we all know, is already a huge issue across the country.
And I'm Janice Dean. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
At the end of last week, Russia was hit by a deadly terror attack, killing more than 100 people. ISIS-K has claimed responsibility. And some, like Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, are warning its next target could be American interests.
It's deeply regrettable that innocent civilians, women, and children were killed in Moscow, but the next attacks could be against an American embassy in Asia or in Europe, or against, say, students traveling to Europe on a school trip for spring break.
Virginia Democrat Senator Tim Kaine notes the United States tried to help Russia by warning that an attack was coming.
If you want to know the difference between democracies and authoritarians, we will tell nations if we're worried about their civilians. Russia or Iran would never tell us if they had news that there was going to be a terrorist attack in the United States.
The House Republican slim majority is shrinking. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher says he's leaving Congress April 19th. Lawmakers avoided a partial government shutdown this weekend, but drama didn't end there. Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene filed a resolution to vacate the Speaker's chair.
Again, I don't have a timeline. That will be a rolling issue that we'll be judging and making decisions by. But I assure you, I'm not the only one. I have support on this from others in my conference. And I'm not introducing this to throw the House into chaos. Committees will continue doing their work. Investigations will continue.
If that sounds familiar, it's because similar tactics were used to remove then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy last October. Congresswoman Greene is taking some heat. Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin says it's a lousy idea.
I think this is a huge mistake. I believe this causes dysfunction in the House when it shouldn't be there. Speaker Johnson's doing the best he could.
The move comes at a pivotal time with voters assessing the strength of Republican leadership heading into the 2024 election.
I'm against it. This is not helpful at all in any way, shape, or form. We're in a bad state right now.
Ohio Republican Congressman Brad Wenstrup is chairman of the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic.
Where people, instead of being able to persuade others to come along with their ideas and their goals in Congress, they just try to extort the Speaker. And she's not the first, obviously, and we saw the ousting of Kevin McCarthy. So we're in a challenging time if this is going to be the way that people want to operate. You know, normally you come to Congress, you want to be persuasive. There's things you're working towards. If you don't get it all the first time, you try again. If you get 80% of it, you might take it and then keep working on the other 20. No one likes this appropriations process coming into these mini buses or large omnibus bills. Nobody likes that. And so we have got to stop taking down our own bills and voting against the rule on appropriations bills that are conservative and are coming out of committee. And Kevin McCarthy tried to put people together that are from the two ends of the Republican Party. party and on the committee so that when they produce a product, we can all go for it, stand behind it. And when you do these things, it weakens the speaker's hand. I don't like that it comes down to the speaker. I like better when we pass things out of committee, pass them on the floor, and then go to conference with the Senate. But the bottom line is people have to understand that the American government is right now four-dimensional. You've got the House, you've got the Senate, you have the White House, and you have our agencies that we deal with all the time that are regulating things and putting things out there that we try to pass bills to stop them. And I don't think that's what our founders had in mind. So I'm hoping with this bill being passed and on its way that we can then get into 2025 and do the appropriations process appropriately and get things done on behalf of the American people. What I am against is a shutdown. I was here in 2013. I stood by the shutdown, and we paid a heavy price for it.
Congressman, you have some legislative proposals yourself, one being the Educate Act, which is seeking to end diversity, equity, and inclusion teachings in medical schools. Tell us about that proposal and what you hope it can achieve.
Well, as you probably know, we have a doctor's caucus in Congress, and I'm one of the co-chairs, along with Dr. Greg Murphy. And we've put this forward because we see what's taking place in our alma maters, in our medical schools, and we're moving people along that don't necessarily have the credentials that we normally expect of someone who gets their medical license. And so you would always get there based on your merit. You certainly want to provide opportunities for people that normally wouldn't have them to get into school and to be prepared to get into school. But this is not good for the trust the American people will want to have in their physicians going forward. You're going to have people questioning whether the person in front of them actually really progressed and is qualified for what they are doing, because these people are being put into a position where they normally might fail, but they're being coddled, and you're changing things from graded to pass-fail, and it's a real danger. Not only that, it's the same in residency programs as well. It needs to be based on merit. We fought for 60 years or more in this country to make sure that we were providing equal opportunity for people and that there was no discrimination. DEI is exactly the opposite of that, and it's dangerous when it comes to your health care, and this is not the place you can be doing this. We don't do it in sports, do we? You have to be there based on your merit, and that's sports. Here we're talking about people's lives.
Another bill you've brought forward and that a bipartisan group in Congress is urging President Biden to implement is the No Surprises Act. How would this bill help the American people?
Well, the No Surprises Act was actually written very well in a way that can help the American people tremendously. What happens a lot of times with patients is they go to the hospital in an emergency situation. Maybe even the hospital is in their network, but this is an emergency surgery, for example, and the doctor that was on call to operate on you is not in network. So you would get this large bill that was an unnegotiated rate because they were out of network. Well, what we wanted to do is remove the anxiety from patients and create a situation where doctors would want to be in network and providers of insurance providers would want to get you in network. So we take the patients out of it. We have a 30-day period where the doctor and the insurance company could come to an agreement. And if they don't, there's an arbitration process. The arbitration process we wrote up was very fair. So it would not give a tip a hand to one side or the other. And we wanted to make sure that there was no benchmark like a median in-network rate, because the insurance companies can control that. They can remove their high-end providers and drive that down. So we passed a bill that didn't allow that. We made it very clear, bipartisan fashion, out of Ways and Means Committee, across the board, signed by President Trump, and put in place to really help patients through tough times and do something fair for the providers that take call and see patients in these situations. And unfortunately, HHS came out with their ruling and basically said you can use that as a benchmark, and that has thrown the whole system into flux. There's a huge backlog on arbitration. We were trying to get to a position where you avoid arbitration, and we're trying to fix that.
Just this past Friday, Congressman, Russia was hit by a deadly terror attack that left more than 100 people dead. ISIS has claimed responsibility for the attack. What do you make of the situation and the fact that the United States warned Russia?
Well, that is something that the United States has been doing. If we pick up some intelligence that especially are going to harm innocent people in almost any country in the world, we do want to let them know. And so we let them know, and still this happened. And it surprises me that this could happen in a communist country like Russia, almost said Soviet Union, sorry, like Russia, where they have a pretty good idea who everybody is and coming in and out of their country, as opposed to our country right now, unfortunately. But and then this is ISIS-K that is claiming responsibility. This is the same group that launched the attack on the United States when we were leaving Afghanistan. And now you see all this posturing. One group is claiming that that they did it, and then you have others saying that this was the Russians are saying this was the Ukrainians. I can understand why they want to say that, to inspire their people to be more angry at the Ukrainians and to try and legitimize, I guess, his work in or the war in Ukraine. And I don't think you can legitimize it very well. That's maybe what they're trying to do. And then there's also some that are saying you blame the special forces of Putin. So the accusations are flying across the board, and I think time will tell exactly who did this. But it's always sad when something like this happens. A terrorist attack is a terrorist attack, and they usually occur on innocent people that don't have anything to do with the actions of the government.
Congressman, you lead the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic. What do you believe your subcommittee has accomplished, and when can we expect potentially more public hearings?
Yeah, so we are heading into a phase of having more public hearings, actually, because we've had transcribed interviews with Dr. Ralph Barrick, a renowned coronavirologist associated with gain-of-function research. We've had Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins, Dr. Daszak, who's head of EcoHealth Alliance, who was doing gain-of-function research on American tax dollars in Wuhan, China. And so next we'll be bringing some of these people forward for open hearings. And as we do that, we'll also be releasing the finally approved transcriptions from the interviews that we've had with them. Look, there is so much for the American people to take in with this. One, why are we even doing gain-of-function research? And that's where I am right now, because I believe if you want to try and do it to predict the next pandemic, you can probably do that through AI and not actually create a more infectious virus. There was so much obfuscation by China. It's certainly a cover-up. They sent me a letter right away saying it's a grave mistake for me to even proceed with this process. And we know what kind of programs they have in Wuhan, and their bioweapons program is certainly a part of it. They've written about it. So a lot of things pointing to something going awry in China for sure. We may never have all the answers because they're not cooperating. And that's a problem. But in our interview with Dr. Fauci, he never looked at those talking about how it could have come from the lab, never looked at that science. And in our interview, I suggested he might want to look at that. But he did say during his hearing now that it's not a conspiracy theory to say it came from the lab. But what did we endure for well over a year or 2 years that anybody who said something like that, they were being disregarded and canceled, et cetera. So we made a lot of gains in the things that people probably want to know about. And as you look at the agencies now, when it comes to origins of COVID, the DOE, FBI, CIA, ODNI, they all lean towards lab leak theory.
The chairman of the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic, Congressman Brad Wenstrup, thank you so much for your time, sir. Have a great week.
You too, Mike. Take care.
Wake up with Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
IRS,
Those are three letters that many of us worry about. If you find yourself worrying about your IRS tax problems, it's time to call Allies Tax Relief. Their team of tax professionals are ready to fight the IRS to get you the fresh start you deserve. Do you owe the IRS $8,000 or more? Do you have unfiled tax returns? Are you going through an audit and feeling overwhelmed? Allies Tax Relief will resolve all your tax problems. Their team of tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and CPAs have been resolving tax matters just like yours for over 30 years. Whether it's personal or business tax matters, Allies Tax Relief will protect you from your paychecks being garnished, your bank accounts being levied, or your assets being seized by the IRS. Call today for a free consultation. 800-882-0549. 800-882-0549. That's 800-882-0549. Or visit AlliesTaxRelief.com.
My wife and I we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything Alexis makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through April 1st at the Invitation Alexis sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Don't miss out. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for a 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Follow Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, March 25th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. Today is the day by which former President Donald Trump has to post bond on a more than $450 million civil fraud judgment in the state of New York. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more on what led up to this day.
New York Judge Arthur Engeron determined that former President Trump lied about the value of Trump properties to obtain better loans and insurance policies. And while the former president's liable for $454 million, over $100,000 in interest has accrued each day it's unpaid. The former president's attorneys tried to post bond on the amount so they could appeal the case, but none of the surety companies would do it, citing the high amount. Friday, the former president said on his social media app that through hard work, talent, and luck, he has almost $500 million in cash that he was planning to use in his campaign, though he accused the judge of picking such a high number by which to find him liable in an effort to take away his campaign cash. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The Supreme Court taking up another major abortion case tomorrow on Tuesday. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on that.
For the first time since striking down Roe v. Wade, justices will consider another high-profile challenge to abortion access. At issue, the FDA's approval of the abortion-inducing medication mifepristone, first approved more than 20 years ago. But a group of medical professionals opposed to abortion are challenging that FDA approval, arguing it did not meet safety protocols. A lower court put new limits on the drug last year. The Supreme Court put a hold on that ruling during the appeals process, allowing mifepristone to remain available. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And do you have your tickets for tonight's Powerball jackpot drawing? That jackpot up to at least $800 million. If you win, you'll take home at least $384.8 million. The Mega Millions jackpot for Tuesday night's drawing worth $1.1 billion. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know the thing about the vet? It was a dump.
But it was our dump.
But it was ours.
Yes.
And we relished it, right?
Yep.
You have that old car that you just don't want to get rid of. It's 25 years old. You know it's a junker, but it's your junker. I'm going to miss the vet. I enjoy Phillies games in the new venue more than I enjoy Eagles games in the new venue.
Yeah.
And nothing will ever beat the fact that the vet had a prison. And the vet also ended a lot of careers with that awful turf.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. All law firms are not the same. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
The Honda you want is here. Drive in the moment with the road trip ready Accord Hybrid and CR-V Hybrid from Honda. So bring on the weekend getaways. Bring on the far destinations. Bring on the memories. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Accord Hybrid or CR-V Hybrid.
Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Stop chasing that rainbow. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you. Now through April 2nd, all tires are on sale. Plus, get an extra savings of $80 on any Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. That's $120 in savings on all Michelin tires. You don't even need to wear green. So skip or drive into St. Patrick's Day savings at one of your 10 locally owned United Tire locations or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with NJDiet.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Is from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
When the markets open for the trading week later this morning, all of the major indices will be looking for another winning week. The Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ all had their best week since mid-December last week. The Dow gained over 761 points in all, despite losing 305 and change on Friday. The S&P 500 up more than 115 last week, down just over 7 on Friday. And the NASDAQ gained more than 455 points last week, including a 27-point gain on Friday. Later this morning, we get the details on the new home sales in February, as well as building permits. Today, the deadline for President Trump to post the more than $460 million bond necessary for appeal in his New York civil fraud case. And today, Amazon wraps up its first ever spring sale in North America. That sale open to all customers, not just Prime members. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
State Farm Insurance announced last year it would stop issuing new homeowners insurance policies in California and announced last week it's dropping coverage for 72,000 homes starting this summer. It blames rising costs, outdated regulations, and more wildfires. It's more hurricanes contributing to the higher insurance prices in Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed bills in December to create a reinsurance fund meant to stabilize the market and to rewrite rules on things like coverage denials and attorney fees.
We have about 8% of the insurance claims for homeowners nationwide. The state represents 78% of all the litigation.
Higher insurance costs are making it harder for people in Florida to afford to stay in their homes and harder for them to sell because buyers are discouraged by the high cost of premiums.
This is a recurrent issue in Florida where the average insurance premium homeowner is dealing with About $6,000 annually is what it is on average, and some people are paying a lot more.
Katrina Campins is a Fox News and Fox Business real estate contributor and host of Mansion Global on Fox Business.
I myself am paying a lot more. I can attest to that. This figure, surpasses the national average by more than triple and marks a threshold increase compared to Floridians' average insurance cost in 2018. Adding to the strain, several major insurance carriers have departed the state over the past year, leaving residents with limited alternatives, and they don't have options, right? So there's three primary factors that have been contributing to the insurance challenge. Firstly, natural disasters are becoming more frequent and costly. Secondly, the cost of reinsurance is skyrocketing. And lastly, Florida's litigation-friendly environment exacerbates the issue by facilitating easy lawsuits against insurers. Florida has experienced an average of $4 billion disasters annually over the past 5 years. So consequently, insurers struggle to turn a profit or secure reinsurance to safeguard their stakeholders, which brings me to the importance of reinsurance. So insurance companies generate revenue through risk pooling among policyholders and risk reduction via reinsurance. Reinsurance serves as a safety net for insurers, providing financial protection against these events. And all of these natural disasters has created a burden to policyholders. So to navigate these challenges, some companies have opted to limit coverage for specific damages, while others have withdrawn entirely from the state.
The insurance companies have people whose job is to look at this stuff and look at algorithms and math it out. And if you look at XYZ and determine rates based, property values, prevalence of claims, rebuilding costs, and they want to keep profits the same, what's the solution?
Well, Florida has responded proactively to the property insurance crisis by passing Senate Bill 2A in December 2022, which is a comprehensive package of insurance reforms. One significant aspect of this litigation is a rule change aimed at discouraging policyholders from litigating against insurers to recover attorney fees. However, if some of these measures are really debated with concerns over access to justice and escalating litigation costs. So the bill restricts the assignment of benefits, a mechanism enabling third-party entities to negotiate with insurers on behalf of residents. Now, while this mechanism has enhanced the advocacy, it's also contributed to rising claim costs. So Florida's its actions to address the policy insurance crisis raise a critical question, which is, will the state serve as a model for disaster-prone regions or serve as a cautionary tale? Like states like California, Louisiana, facing similar challenges may draw inspiration from Florida's response, and that response is still in the process. It's really something that a lot of Florida residents are dealing with, and it's increasing the cost of housing, making affordability that much more an issue, which, as we all know, is already a huge issue across the country. So it'll be interesting to see what actually transpires. And I know so many people personally dealing with this issue where they can't get insurance. And I haven't heard of, a remedy per se that has been successful yet. So Florida's legislative response reflects our an ongoing effort to strike a balance between providing the opportunities and containing the costs, ensuring fairness and accessibility for insurers and policyholders alike.
Yeah, I imagine that people with very expensive properties have a hard time getting those insured for their true value. And then on the other end, like you said, you're on a fixed income, or you've even paid off your home, or you buy a home figuring, okay, I can swing this. This is my mortgage. This is my insurance. These are my taxes. I know the taxes are going to go up a little bit, but otherwise I think I got this. And then suddenly, bam, you're hit with, thousands of dollars more that you just can't afford.
Absolutely. And it's really so sad because Florida used to be, the state that, again, so many people came and retired to, or it was affordable. And, inflation in Miami, where I'm from, is leading the nation. So we were leading the nation in home prices, right? And now we're leading the nation in inflation, and Tampa's right behind that, and just Florida in general. And then property taxes now and insurance costs are really creating a really bad scenario for a lot of people, and the economy, obviously, in its current state is not helping.
Part of the problem here is reinsurance. Talk about how that works and how there may be a legislative fix for it. Are insurance companies legally required to have too much backup?
Well, as I mentioned, reinsurance kind of helps these insurance companies be covered, right, with risk. And they're having a difficult time. It's like a homeowner can't get insurance. Now the insurance companies are having difficulties getting reinsurance. So then that becomes an issue. So a lot of insurance companies are just dropping people altogether. And so there's so many different factors that are going into the insurance issues right now. It's not just about the natural disasters. So as far as as you mentioned, the reinsurance, a lot of people aren't aware that insurance companies generate revenue through risk pooling amongst like the policyholders and the risk reduction via the reinsurance. And reinsurance serves as a safety net for insurers, and it provides them with financial protection against these events. So the surge in climate-related disasters has led reinsurers to also hike their premiums, compelling insurers to pass on that burden to policyholders. So it's like a domino effect, if you will. The insurance companies are going to pass those costs on to the homeowners.
There's such thing as the National Flood Insurance Program. Might this be a situation where the federal government, at some point, if you still want people to live in Florida and Louisiana and in Southern California, might this be a situation where the federal government has to step in and subsidize or nationalize disaster insurance?
Something's got to change. And I think you're absolutely right. Like citizens insurance, sometimes if you can't get, that's an example, if you can't get insured, then ultimately your backup is citizens insurance, which is not, sometimes it's more expensive, sometimes it covers less. So I do think that the government's going to have to get involved if this continues to happen, because what else is the alternative?
Yeah. A couple just fun-ish questions before I let you go. I plan on winning one of these big lottery prizes in the next couple of days. I've got it booked. I want to spend, say, $100 million in cash on a property. Where should I spend it? What should I get?
We just in one property, or are you going to diversify?
You can talk me into it. I want them to be really, really lavish, crazy, over the top.
Well, see, I'm all about once you have that kind of money, like enjoy quality of life, right? And have diversification. I wouldn't put it all in one property. So I would buy a property in Florida with that much money. You could afford insurance costs, right? Or you just take a chance and don't get it insured and pay cash. I love Tennessee. Tennessee is one of the markets that I absolutely love. Ohio has become so popular recently because the cost there is so low and you could get so much for your money, and the weather's amazing in the summertime. Obviously you have the winters, but I would diversify, and I love Montana. That's another market. Having filmed Mansion Global all across the nation, the markets that really stick out to me are like Montana, Jackson Hole, Tennessee, Florida. People are relocating to Oklahoma, believe it or not. So you can get a lot of land there. So I would diversify so that you can jump around. I mean, with that much money, you can enjoy all these different lifestyles, right? And not have to worry. Okay.
So I'll buy a half a dozen houses or maybe a couple plots of land, and then that can be my architecture fund building project there. Finally, a lot of people like to window shop on the sites like Zillow. It's fun. Are those values based on anything in reality, or is it just for fun?
I wouldn't take Zillow values very seriously. I think they're more approximate, if you will, than actually accurate. The only way to really determine what your property is worth is to have a human actually do a comparable market analysis.
Well, I'm still going to look and flip through the pictures, though.
Yeah, you can still look and have some fun, and but they're not 100% accurate.
Katrina Campins, Fox News, Fox Business Real Estate contributor, host of Mansion Global on Fox Business. Katrina, thanks a lot. Good to talk to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Downtime. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Get 50% off site-wide and save on mouth-watering favorites today. Go to omahasteaks.com and shop the semi-annual sale where you can load up on all the delicious flavor you crave at half the price. And when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout, you'll get an extra $30 off your order. Save big on delicious, tender, juicy steaks, big, beefy burgers, and so much more. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife Bev and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help, find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Time's about out for former President Trump to obtain bond to cover nearly a $500 million civil judgment in New York.
Now Trump's legal team is waiting to see whether the state appellate court will make a decision on Trump's request to have the bond waived while he appeals the civil fraud judgment against him.
Fox's C.B. Cotton reporting a New York Attorney General now threatening to seize several of Trump's real estate assets to satisfy the judgment as early as today. And Russia has reportedly attacked Ukraine's capital of Kyiv with hypersonic missiles Monday morning. U.S. Ambassador Bridget Brink saying on X this morning, loud explosions could be heard in Kyiv over the last 5 days. Russia is launching hundreds of missiles and drones against a sovereign country. She said Ukraine needs our assistance now. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
With spots for the NCAA men's basketball tournament Sweet 16 on the line, 1 seeds Connecticut and Purdue both cruising to wins in the round of 32, while 6 seed Clemson upsets 3 seed Baylor. Over on the women's side, top overall seed South Carolina wins by 47. Defending national champions and 3-seed LSU survived a scare after being down at halftime to move on as well, while 7-seed Duke came back from 16 points down to shock 2-seed Ohio State. In NASCAR, William Byron takes the Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas, becoming the first multiple race winner of the season after also winning the Daytona 500. That is sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There are no more excuses for Deshaun Watson. When you're paid $230 million, you need to be one of the best 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the NFL. And Deshaun Watson has been a bottom 10 quarterback in the NFL since he got to the Cleveland Browns. So one would ask why. Is it the long layoff in between him playing? What has happened? My contention is that Deshaun Watson is psychologically broken. Deshaun Watson has received nothing but love from his time of winning the starting job at Clemson into his early ascension with the Houston Texans. Nothing but positives to say about Deshaun Watson. Then the scandal hits with all the masseuses. And suddenly, it's not so positive. I think it's the fact that he's now a villain and he cannot compartmentalize it and divide that from the football and from going out and doing his job. I think it's affected every part of his life. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Watch for a fresh snapshot on consumer confidence. We'll be getting another read on how you and everyone else feel about shopping and your finances tomorrow. The monthly report by the Conference Board looks at attitudes, buying intentions, vacation plans, and expectations for inflation. Apple has already backed off pursuing self-driving cars. Now we're hearing the company is halting an in-house effort to design and develop its own smartwatch displays. And investors have voted to approve a blank check deal that would bring former President Donald Trump's media startup public. The approval clears a near final hurdle for Trump Media and Technology to go public in a deal with Digital World Acquisition. It would trade under the ticker DJT. That's after more than 2 years of snags as it burned through its cash. And the merger could potentially hand Donald Trump nearly $4 billion worth of shares. But those shares would be subject to lockup agreements and performance requirements that could make turning the stock into actual money difficult. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters. On sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's at Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniel's, all rights reserved.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. For March only, come in and get up to 20% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $18,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It will be double the fun at CBP on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO nights when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Don't miss out on April 2nd and April 16th, both at 6:40. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Yeah, how do you make it look so easy on the court and get so many back-to-back wins?
It comes down to court domination. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, nobody works harder than Morgan & Morgan in the paint to get the wins. No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Just one question can save a child's life. Before your child visits a friend, ask if there's an unlocked gun in the house. With an average of 13 children dying from guns every day, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. Ask the question and do your part to keep children safe. To help get the conversation going, 59 regional hospitals united to offer life-saving tips. Learn more by visiting hospitalstogether.com. That's hospitalstogether.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away
go. Live on this Monday, March 25th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzel with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Another weekend in the books. Another work week upon us. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Gregory?
Doesn't it feel like we were just here?
Yes.
I got to tell you, and I know you're going to reveal the number and the results.
Yeah.
Woo.
But I am not a fan of working until 5 o'clock on a Friday. The whole notion of a nice, 2.5 day weekend blown right out the water when you go till 5 o'clock, folks.
I didn't get home Friday night till 9:15. 9:15.
I got home at 6:30.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to hear about you. I didn't get home. Let's talk about me for a second. I didn't get home till 9:15.
But it was for a great cause.
It was.
And speaking of the great cause, Gregory, I know you posted it on social media over the weekend.
Well, yeah, it was. I just.
Would you like to reveal it to the audience?
I mean, well, you should, but it's. I put out a tweet and a Facebook message. Hey, the totals will be revealed on Monday morning. A little radio suspense.
Uh-huh.
And then our crack social media team decided to put it out yesterday or Saturday. I was just like, oh, cool. All right.
They were listening to the brand manager's instructions.
Luckily, it's only, social media is really 1% of our audience, so most people don't know what the total is. So why don't you tell everybody?
Did you hear that, Dawn? Most people aren't seeing what you post on social. I'll remember that when he yells at me. Save it for the show! All right, here we go.
Drum roll.
$107,000 plus dollars.
That's amazing.
To my knowledge, that is about a $15,000 gain from last year.
Huge numbers. We knew. See, they did a good job of keeping us in the dark all day long, so we didn't really know where the totals were.
They really did.
Myself included, by the way, because they know that I would have pivoted or done something. They just kept us focused. So I really had no idea, but I had heard at some point that we were pacing better than last year. I didn't realize how much better.
Yeah. I tried to ask the telephone operators that were standing by to take your call.
Yeah.
No answer.
Nothing.
Went to the big boss, Yageroff. He's like, keep playing like you don't see the scoreboard. I thought I was back in football again.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is that what he said? I love that he said that.
He did. Yeah, that was echoed down from a few people, so that was very nice. So a sincere thank you to everybody, whether you donated $5, $2,500, anywhere in between. And oh, by the way, and I said this in a thank you video on Saturday on Twitter, the Travis Manion Foundation just doesn't open up and close up shop one day a year. They're around all the time.
Absolutely.
So you get your tax refund back or whatever, you have a couple extra bucks. I mean, stop on out in Doylestown. It's a beautiful area. It's a great drive if you're going up 202.
Yep.
Help them out. But Friday was just a great showing from so many people. And, of course, our on-air staff, Sonia, promotions, the suits, everybody. I mean,
Rich Zioli.
Dan. How does he do that? Can I just ask a question? Can I just bask in the glow of Zioli? How do you have that level of energy?
Yes.
For 13 straight hours?
And then went on Jimmy Fallon Saturday.
Right. I do 4 hours, and I don't want to be around another human being for at least another 3 hours. I was listening to you guys on the way home because traffic was a nightmare. Another reason never to work until 5 o'clock again in this city. And he started going off again at like 5:35. I'm like, guy's been on a heater now for like 12 straight hours. It's unbelievable. And by the way, he does pause when he says his first and last name.
That was so funny.
I've noticed that. I'm like, yeah, he really does do that. Nice work out of Rich. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to this morning. The border has been bombarded. Also, Planet Fitness, we've been giving you updates on their locker room policy. It's now officially a local story. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. Yeah, big uh-oh. Also, we have preachy females Not my word. Not my words, all right? This is from James Carville. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. And we're also going to play a new game today. We're going to play a game called the Kamala Clap-Along. Looking forward to that. Cut sheet and then so much more. But let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. We're at 35 degrees, headed up to 52 degrees. And weather is a factor as authorities gather for a recovery operation this morning in the search for a young girl swept away in a rain-swollen southeastern Pennsylvania creek over the weekend. So crews returning this morning to the water in hopes of finding little 6-year-old Lineasia Booker as the community faces the reality that this rescue has now shifted to a recovery mission. This is in Chester County. Authorities there say that Booker was reported missing 7 o'clock Saturday evening after she slipped and fell into the fast-moving Chester Creek right near 8th Street. Several fire companies took part in that search for the next 3.5 hours. Coast Guard continuing searching through Saturday night, through yesterday as well. Chester Fire Commissioner speaking out, saying that it was the longest, the 3 hours was the longest someone could survive in that cold, fast-moving water. This is a 6-year-old little girl.
Awful.
So I know it's just, it's horrible. And they were telling the story. They were little girls, not so far from home, but they were trying to reach something. So they were holding each other's hands and jackets, sort of leaning down. We had all that rain. And so it was muddy and maybe shifting, sands and mud on the creek, on the shoulder of the creek there. And so she slipped in. And then there were other kids, a 12-year-old, 19-year-old, who jumped in, tried to get her. But it was so swollen and fast-moving after all the rain. Such a tragedy. So they're back this morning, and they're working with the Pennsylvania State Police using sonar technology.
Ugh.
And also leading into the Delaware, which, in past times when we've talked about storms, Nick, across the region, oftentimes, you look at where the tributaries lead into the Delaware River as well.
Well, sadly, we had that tragedy months ago when we had that torrential downpour where that was it, I think, a mom and a daughter that got swept away.
So tragic.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about Aramark employees at Wells Fargo Center voting yesterday to, authorize a strike, saying the food services giant does not provide health insurance to hundreds of workers. This is at Philadelphia's major sports stadiums and has not raised wages, they say, to match inflation. So it's Unite Here Local 274 representing food service workers at Wells Fargo, Citizens Bank, and Lincoln Financial Field, reporting that at least 92% of voting Wells Fargo's workers supporting the authorization of the union's bargaining team to call for a strike. They did not release the exact number of voters. So what does that mean upcoming as we think about this week? We've got baseball Thursday. So does that affect Citizens Bank Park as far as Wells Fargo? Philadelphia 76ers home game on Wednesday. There could be an impact there, as well as the next Philadelphia Flyers game, which is not until Saturday. So we're watching all of this very carefully as the strike authorization vote is approved right now, at least for those Wells Fargo Center workers.
Well, the Sixers and Flyers went on strike weeks ago as far as winning games, so that's only fitting. But, man, a little rough stretch for the Phils. You're going to have to no more dollar dog nights, and now you're going to have some concession wars going on.
Yes.
Yikes.
This is true.
Be a good time for like a 10-game road trip.
Well, last day of spring training and pretty exciting as we think about baseball and springtime. Speaking of, we'll talk about campaigns. New Jersey's First Lady, Tammy Murphy, ending her Senate campaign, cutting short.
I saw that. I saw the headline of basically they had nobody that showed up at any of the gatherings and get-togethers early on.
Yes.
I mean, at least she got the picture relatively quickly compared to some others who stick out races where they realize they have no chance of winning.
This is true. Well, she didn't want to be embarrassed.
Nope.
Against Representative Andy Kim, so it looks like it'll be Andy. And he was running a clean campaign, so now he gets to be in the Democrat field by himself. TikTok, we are following, of course, the latest with the deadline looming just hours away as we talk about Donald J. Trump's $454 million judgment against him. That deadline looms for him to cough up nearly $500 million. And son Eric, the headline is that they just want to bankrupt him, referring to the alleged, I have to say alleged, weaponization of government individuals like Letitia James, their attorney general there in New York, who actually ran on this. That was one of her campaign slogans, that she would, quote, get him, meaning Donald J. Trump. So what will this mean as a civil case, an unprecedented situation? And that is looming in New York. And as well, his first criminal trial was supposed to begin this morning. Instead, his lawyers will get the chance to argue for a lengthy postponement and even a dismissal of the charges. That's the so-called hush money Stormy Daniels case. So, wow, a full docket this morning for sure. And chicken. Fast food chain Chick-fil-A backtracking from its decades-old no antibiotics ever pledge, intended to help prevent human antibiotic resistance linked to the rampant use of the drugs in livestock production.
Oh, so now they're going to be putting that in your chicken, I'm assuming.
So the antibiotics, we'll think of avian bird flu, I'm assuming. So I guess the antibiotics they will give the chickens are not anything that would, they say, impact humans.
Okay.
Only chicken antibiotics.
Gotcha. I don't know the difference, but yeah, what the heck.
Let's talk about budget blinds. Thank you for sponsoring our first newscast out of the box this bright Monday morning. Bright moon out there. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, as well as motorization. Just visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the business, budgetblinds.com. The forecast, enjoy it today, about 52 degrees. So we're looking at sunshine and watching carefully the potential for rain moving in. What will game day or, spring opening for at Citizens Bank Park, what will that look like? That's the big question. But for this Monday, looking pretty nice and spring-like. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 on this Monday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. The Big Take bombarding the border. On Thursday afternoon of last week, we saw some of the most horrific footage at the southern border that we've seen to date. If not for Radiothon and a great cause on Friday for the Travis Manion Foundation, this would have been the lead on Kayal and Company for a normal Friday show. But we will address this head on today, right now. Forget the word crisis. This is a full-on invasion of the United States. And with an invasion comes force. Our Border Patrol is legitimately being bulldozed by hundreds of illegal immigrants in El Paso, Texas. I want you to listen and watch this clip. Take a look. Migrants legitimately ripping apart the border, the barricades, the barrier, razor wire. People escaping through and then sprinting to the next level of resistance. This is unbelievable. No families, no women and children, just young men in the prime of their lives stampeding across barriers, and our Border Patrol is basically left for dead. But don't worry, I'm sure Democrats will muster up the brain cells and courage to say, well, we've been saying our border system is broken. This after months and months of saying the border is secure. I want to show what a real border looks like. Here is the border in Egypt, which is super effective in keeping people from Gaza out of their country. Listen and watch this side-by-side comparison in the Middle East compared to our southern border in America. Check this out. If you see at the top, the border in Egypt, concrete barriers, levels and levels of razor wire. That's got to be a good 35, 40 feet high. And then you see at the bottom of the screen, the stampede here at the southern border in America. And look at the height and the layers and the levels of the barbed wire and the concrete in Egypt. No human being alive could climb that wall and survive. So in America, we have a border that looks like it's on welfare. And in Egypt, of all places, they have the wall of all walls, the wall to end them all. It's real simple. If you want to keep people out, you can. If you build it, they won't come. But as we know, when something is broken in America, regardless of what it is always Donald Trump's fault. Here's MSNBC's Morning Joe once again pinning the blame on 45. Listen and watch.
Because see this onslaught headline? The only thing the Post didn't tell you is Donald Trump said, blame me for this. Donald Trump said, kill the bill and blame me for everything that happens after this point. Donald Trump said, blame me. So yes, Donald, we are blaming you. We're blaming Mini-Me Mike Johnson for following your orders. We're blaming Republicans who begged for a tough border bill, but like the Wall Street Journal editorial page said, couldn't take yes for an answer. So yes, there is an onslaught in the southern border still. And it's all Donald Trump's fault. You know who says that? Donald Trump.
Yep, it is Trump's fault. Trump had a secure border. Trump also said it's a bad deal and no deal is better than a bad deal. So the bloodshed is on Trump's hands. Now, the Biden administration and Democrats who are doing this for redistricting purposes, but one man should get credit, and that's Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas. Here is Republican Tony Gonzalez on Fox News talking about what the Lone Star State is trying to accomplish despite no federal help. Listen and watch this.
We have had enough, and we are grateful for Governor Abbott to do everything he can to try to get this border crisis under control. Look, local law enforcement don't want to be enforcing immigration law, but nobody else is. It's very clear President Biden is shackling the hands of Border Patrol agents. Border Patrol agents, they want to be back out in the field. They want to be doing their job, but the facts are they're not. And somebody has to fill that gap. And until the federal government starts doing its job, we welcome local law enforcement and Texas doing everything they can to keep us safe.
And they'll have to do everything they possibly can to keep us safe because February was a border bloodbath. Can I use that word? I'm not sure. Democrats, let me know. The numbers for last month in February set a brand new record. The number of migrant encounters at the southern border for February hit a new high for the month this year, according to Customs and Border Protection. Figures released just this past Friday reveal reversing a sharp drop in numbers for January. There were 189,922 migrant encounters along the border in February. That is higher than the 156,000 in the same month for 2023. The highest it had been for February was in 2022, when those numbers reached 166,000 plus. But despite the record high numbers overall, the number of illegal migrant encounters between ports of entry by Border Patrol is lower than in February of 2022, meaning the new high is explained in part by large numbers coming to the ports of entry. Numbers at the southern border had dropped from a record 302,000 in December to a relatively low 176,000 in January, but had not continued to decline in February. The data show that there have now been 70 people on the FBI terror watch list arrested by Border Patrol in fiscal year 2024 so far, which began on October 1st. Meanwhile, more damning border news for Joe Biden, as the New York Post reveals that the Biden administration failed to file paperwork, which caused 200,000 migrant deportation cases to be tossed. That's right, 200,000 cases just tossed because, well, clerical error, I suppose. We didn't reach the deadline. This is an intentional dereliction of duty from the president and his administration, all done by what he undid 3 years ago in January of 2021. And when you think about securing the border, protecting Americans and supporting the men and women at the front lines, the Joe Biden administration has been a failure. All because they need more bodies to vote for them. And because, according to some, they want to replace you. But you know what to do on November 5th on numero uno issue plaguing this country, the bombardment at the border. It is an unmitigated disaster. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the big take this morning brought to you by United Tire. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you now through April 2nd. All tires are on sale, plus extra savings of $80 on all Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. Visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. We'll get your thoughts if you want to jump in on the border, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, on the YouTube chat, it's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons today. Back after this on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 lease for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and if you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, you should book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Right now, book a June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights, $70 a night in resort credit. Stay 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to eat and drink at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Get passes to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby and bridal showers, and more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make your event perfect. Just call them, ask for my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
It's a Joe Conklin Comedy Show fundraiser at the Church of the Incarnation in Mantua, New Jersey.
We're raising money to send altar server Christina McNasby to the shrine at Lourdes in France.
She's such an inspiration to everyone in the parish. When I hear her story and when I hear about all the surgeries that she went through, and my heart really goes out for her.
This is why we're going to send her over to Lourdes, because we're hoping for a miracle.
The Benefit Comedy Show for Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news, brought to you by BetterHelp. The term sustainability is widely used in reference in environmental or climate matters. Yet the economy in America needs more consistent progress and ways to ensure a better future for all. The good news is that across the nation today, the economy is experiencing overall growth and economic sustainability.
What's the first thing you'll do if you have more time in the day? Nap, read, talk with a friend? Knowing what's important to you, it's easy to fit it into your schedule. Therapy can help you figure that out. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news to get 10% off of your first month. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta prima... Whoa! And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes to keep me safe on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I think the world of the Chapman family team, they've done such a beautiful job on my home, windows, doors. I want you to also think of the Chapman team for siding or stucco remediation. And along those lines, think of James Hardy plank or that beautiful vinyl siding. It's going to, of course, add value to your home. After all the rain, all the wind, if you look at your home, maybe you need new windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation. And the Chapman family team, they are the certified Chapman installers, the professionals you want on this job. So right now, this is a great time to get ahead of things. Put this on the calendar and plan your siding or window or door project for this year. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the beautiful hardware choices as well, just give them a call. You can text them. They're local. They're listening right now in Chester County. You can text them, 610-431-8898. Check them out online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. I love looking at all those before and after pictures they have. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on
on Friday as we were doing Radiothon for Travis Manion Foundation, from Trump selling truth to this terrorist attack in Russia to also what was happening at our southern border late Thursday into Friday. And that's why I wanted to highlight that, because we did not have a big take on Friday. And as I was showing some of those videos there on YouTube for the visual audience out there, it is remarkable that Egypt can have a wall. I'm going to give a baseball reference here. Egypt's wall looks like the Green Monster at Fenway Park where the Boston Red Sox play. I mean, it is just massive, right? Nobody would dare try to scale that wall. And then you look at the wall in the United States of America in many different spots along our southern border. It's kind of like a fence at a Little League T-ball game where anybody can pretty much just, throw one leg over the top and flip their body over, or just rip it apart and then charge Border Patrol agents. I mean, I see that video, and we played that courtesy of the New York Post. Dawn, it looks like legitimately, not even trying to make a joke, it's like the running of the bulls. It's like a stampede. We just rip things out now, and we just go after and charge American citizens that are there patrolling the southern border. I mean, it's just it's disgraceful on so many fronts. It really is.
It's a sin. And they know anybody else, any other country, they would never try that because they'd be, shot at.
Shot dead right on site, probably.
And so they know all of our laws right now. They know that they can get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't do that. They would not try that anyplace else.
No. And I got to tell you, I mean, we always talk about officers and the right to use deadly force and those split-second moments. And, well, you've got to put yourself in that person's shoes and what was that person thinking at that very moment in time. And I'm not sure that I would necessarily shoot any of those individuals and kill them. But I'll tell you what, I would find it very difficult not to plant one in somebody's thigh, right? Like you're sitting there and all of a sudden you're warning them, don't come across, don't do this. It's not going to end well for you. And then they start to legitimately yank on the fence and then they pull it and then they run through. You heard all the curse words. And that's just through one layer of fencing because there was another fence. Now, I don't know if these people got through completely because it looks like they run into another barrier, so to speak, which was probably more reinforced and more difficult to overcome. But this is just an abject disaster for so many people right now. And, of course, Joe Scarborough, blame Trump. So Trump, again, taking things out of context, which is what they love to do. I'm sorry, you had 3, and this is where I don't blame Republicans. We're just not going to agree to a bad bill because, oh, by the way, you want to also add more money for funding Ukraine and all of your other endeavors that you keep wasting millions upon millions, if not billions of dollars on. Like, I don't blame Republicans at this point in the game for not wanting to, negotiate or come to a compromise. Look, in this polarized political world, I would love to see more compromise, give and take. That's the way, the art of the deal works. But if it's an atrocious deal, I wouldn't do it. And I also am not going to throw Democrats a lifeline here in the 9th inning of a presidential first term. Like Joe Biden would love to have a border deal on the record here as he approaches April of a re-election year. But Republicans aren't just going to give him that get out of jail for free card. And I don't blame them. Hold your ground, stand your ground, and get a deal that you think is good. And if you don't, well then sadly, we have to continue to see this happen for another 6.5, 7 months until the election passes. So I think that's kind of where we're at, and it's just a bad look where I think it really exudes weakness on the United States' part. We've talked about Joe. He exudes weakness. Just watching people steamroll our Border Patrol agents. We're sending a message globally to not only people at the southern border, but terrorists. This Russia terror attack over the weekend that happened on Friday, ISIS is claiming responsibility. You think ISIS looks at America right now and is scared of America? I don't think so.
Excuse me, ISIS-K, okay?
ISIS-K, that's right. It's a new faction.
You have to put the K after there.
That's right.
Like Special K?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. ISIS-K. I don't know what the hell that is.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Did you see those guys? They looked a little roughed up.
Yeah. Exactly.
Little roughed up.
And on that front, did you see the video and the still photos? It looks like some of the Russian military or police, when they were interrogating some of these alleged suspects, they had a car battery out with jumper cables, and they had it attached to some of the terror suspects' genitalia.
No. I'm sure they were fully respecting their rights, Nick.
The terrorists deserve to have rights.
That's how we should administer justice here.
I mean, F around and find out is what they say. And some of these suspects from that terror attack are definitely finding out. All right, so if you want to jump in on the border, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. I want to get to this story, and I know, Phil, you have the graphic. We'll put this up in just a moment on YouTube. We have given you the story about Planet Fitness, and there's so many updates with this story. The reality is now Planet Fitness, I think, is on the verge of getting Bud Lighted. And we played you the video of the lady in Alaska who posted on social media the fact that she was upset that a biological man has come into a Planet Fitness female locker room. And not only did this lady, this grown-up, have to deal with this, but she was also trying to defend the rights of a 12-year-old female not to see a man in a female locker room. And on Thursday or Friday's show, I think it was Thursday, we told you that Planet Fitness lost $400 million in market value in 1 week after this story. Well, apparently that is not enough. And now this is officially a local story that, according to the libs of TikTok, where they posted the following. They said, wow, Planet Fitness is now quadrupling down on defending men in women's locker rooms. They reportedly assigned a staffer specifically to accompany this man so he can safely and comfortably enter the women's locker room. And they are putting a mentally ill man's delusions before women's safety. And now here's the local aspect. If you're watching on YouTube, this is allegedly happening right here in our listening area in Downingtown, Pennsylvania. If you're looking on YouTube, there's a very big man standing at the locker of a Planet Fitness. And according to this post, which I believe is courtesy of Instagram, this is at the Downingtown Planet Fitness women's locker room. Some of you might actually frequent this specific location. According to the post from the Libs of TikTok, when asked, Downingtown's Planet Fitness is okay with men in women's locker rooms. And they also include the phone number of apparently, I think, the manager at the LA Fitness if you want to go and join
maybe
LA Fitness now.
Maybe this is all a ploy by LA Fitness to get people away from Planet Fitness.
It's a plant.
Yeah, it's a plant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And look, I'm guessing LA Fitness probably is trying to get the same ESG social credit score as Planet Fitness. But this is now a local story, and this is where I think it's time to Bud Light this company.
My question for this one is that this gentleman, I don't know who he is, but this gentleman is, and you can't really, I feel safe putting this up there, one, because it's all over social media, and two, because you can't really see his face. But my question is that he's not really trying to be a female.
No.
It's just a very large guy.
He actually looks like my buddy Mike, the Bills fan.
In a female locker room.
Yes.
So what was the reasoning for him to want to go into the female locker room?
Unless he's just claiming he identifies as a female, but yet visually and aesthetically hasn't begun the process of trying to feminize the appearance. I mean, you can see there's a female sitting right behind him on the bench.
Yeah.
And she's sitting there. Looks like she's on her phone. And this is the Downingtown look. I mean, I've never been to this location. I'm not a Planet Fitness member myself. I think, Dawn, you said you are, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So now that this is local and hitting home a little bit more, do you have? I mean, are you prepared to boycott Planet Fitness? Would you go elsewhere? Would you work out at home?
I never really go in the locker room, so
Okay.
I'll have to check it out. I will also say Planet Fitness doesn't necessarily appeal to children because if you're with a child, you have to be with them. You have to be with them at all times.
So they don't have like a little babysitter or drop-off
No.
spot?
Planet Fitness is not LA Fitness.
Okay.
So generally, it's rare to see somebody, I would say maybe 12, 13 is the cutoff.
Uh-huh.
Because generally speaking, if they're under 17, I think, or under 16, the age cutoff. So they really are appealing to a certain crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is part of it. But now I'll have to go and see. I mean, a lot of time, the truth is, I'm not really looking. If I run in the locker room or the bathroom, they have stalls.
Mm-hmm.
And so if there's a woman who's like a big hairy woman, I'm not checking her out. Is she a man? Is she
Right.
whatever her biologics is? You know what I mean? So it would be unusual to see a little girl in a Planet Fitness. I'm just being real here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And also, I think my Planet Fitness, which I usually go to the Flowertown one, it's usually guys.
Okay. Well,
So I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
I don't know the impact, but I would say, the way to solve all of this is file a lawsuit.
Well, yes, file
sorry,
a
but-
lawsuit. And also, I think, because lawsuits take forever and we live in a immediate gratification society, I want it now. I mean, I think these boycotts, are very effective. I've actually got an update here for you because we are now at the 1-year anniversary of Bud Light. We'll give you that in a second. But this is where you hit these companies where it matters. And, I think at the end of the day, and this is just my assumption, that a lot of these CEOs and corporate executives, there is a threshold and a pain tolerance for them. Well, we're not. We see the headlines. Planet Fitness doubles down. They triple down. They quadruple down. That's great. But eventually, companies like Bud Light, they eventually tap out and say, okay, enough is enough, because people are losing money at the corporate level with bonuses and things like that. And that's where all of a sudden you quickly realize how much of a fraud some of these individuals are, because they sign up for this and this ESG social credit score nonsense. And then when it gets to Bud Light levels, all of a sudden it's, hey, I'm sorry, Dylan Mulvaney. I'm sorry, Alyssa Heinerschneid. You have to go. And now we'll spend an exorbitant amount of money on people like Peyton Manning to try to reestablish our brand, because I think deep down inside, these corporate executives and CEOs, they know this is all nonsense and garbage. And eventually, when their bonuses get hit, then you do see change. Which brings me to Bud Light, as we have now reached the 1-year anniversary. This is courtesy of Fox News. Bud Light has struggled to win back many of its once loyal drinkers as the 1-year mark since its disastrous pact with Dylan Mulvaney approaches. Quote, the drinkers that they lost last April may not come back to any discernible rate. It is the most stubborn boycott we have ever seen, the likes of I don't think we've ever seen before, said Beer Business Daily publisher Harry Schumacher. Subsequent quotes, he says Schumacher said, quote, this ordeal has been so prominent that it has entered the lexicon of Americans from all sides of the political spectrum. Quote, when a brand does something that loses market share, you say, oh, it's a Bud Light moment. We're sitting here a year later, and Bud Light trends remain almost unchanged since they were last May, down in the 27 to 28% ratio for volume. He also goes on to say, they got these blessings from these cultural figures, and would go on to say it's about helping the trajectory of the brand. But, at the end of the day, they try to spend big-time money on a Super Bowl ad featuring NFL legends like Peyton Manning, and it failed to move the needle. Anheuser-Busch has spent all of this money. They have done all of the right things. They spent the money on the right things, and amazingly, it hasn't really affected the trend that much. It is, quote, unbelievable. So I do think that's the boycott of all boycotts, and I think Planet Fitness better tread lightly, because there's a precedent out there, and we've seen it. Mm-hmm. We've seen Kohl's, we've seen Target, we've seen a lot of these companies in the last calendar year, and you keep making these mistakes, it's going to come back to bite you.
I mean, the only difference I'll say is Planet Fitness, they're franchised. And so it's an individual franchise. That's the big difference here. So it's up to...
But they all have to have the same sort of sets and standards, right?
They have to go by state law, Greg.
Yeah.
Oh. Some laws, some states will not allow anything other than your biological gender that you assign to the bathroom that you go to.
Right.
So they also, I would imagine it depends on the state law that they have to follow the law.
That's a good point. So you would assume red states probably can't pull this off like blue states can, would be my assumption.
Right, and that brings me to, if you're a franchise owner and then you're saying, wait a minute, I really want to protect females, then how do you navigate through a state law that says you must allow somebody who's identifying as transitioning?
It's a good point.
Because the person in Alaska, if you look at a picture of that guy, he's shaving his face.
Yeah.
Yes.
To me, that's if I walked in, I would say, oh, there's a guy. He said he was transitioning, but he's totally a guy.
But what's odd about the photo, and Phil, if you can put it up one more time on the YouTube chat, what's odd about that photo is that person to me doesn't look like they're
transitioning.
No, it
looks like he just went into the wrong room by mistake.
It
right?
honestly looks like just a dude in a girl's locker room that doesn't know that they're in a girl's locker room.
Yes.
Yep.
So could that be the case? I mean, there's a female behind him, so obviously you would think that they would know.
Yeah.
But maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just he didn't know.
He said the individual said that he was transitioning from male to female.
This person?
Yeah.
Allegedly? Or is that?
That's what they're reporting.
Okay. There you go.
From the Alaska one.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Not Downingtown.
Not Downingtown.
This is the Downingtown.
I'm
sorry. Yeah, this guy is not trying to hide the fact that he's a dude. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Arlene. Excuse me. Arlene in Cherry Hill. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing okay. I just have a comment to make. Dawn, I have to say I'm really disappointed in you.
Uh-oh.
Because to me, it almost sounds like you're not defending the policy, but you're saying, well, I don't see it, so it's okay. Okay, I feel like women need to band together on this business of men infringing on women. Okay? And just in solidarity, I would have thought your answer would be, this company has any places that allow men into locker rooms. I want no parts of them.
Well, the reason I said it is because I can't speak for the manager. I only go to one, and I don't think the management where I go allows it. So I was speaking to the fact that it's a franchise. So the franchise means if you own a franchise and that's your franchise, you make the rules. And so if you have, as the franchise owner, even if your corporate says what, you don't have to follow that. You can do your own thing. And so I think that's something to watch here. Now, if somebody from Planet Fitness from corporate came out and put out a memo and said, hey, all you franchise owners across America, you must allow a trans individual in the ladies' bathroom, that becomes a different issue. But for now, the local franchises rule themselves. And as well, I think it's important to support those franchise owners who may now be going up against states that order them to let trans individuals in their bathrooms when in fact the franchise owner says, no way. And so that's what I was trying to say is very different, because you have some, I know for a fact you have some franchise owners who are upset about this. And so that's why I'm not going to paint with a broad brush when in fact some franchise owners think this is horrible and they would never allow somebody who's a man with all the apparatus of a man to go into a ladies' locker room. That's why I said what I said.
State laws aside, if I was a franchise owner, I would say, okay, who am I about to alienate here? Can I afford from a business standpoint to alienate the LGBTQ community, which comprises of about 9% of Americans, or the 70+% of Americans that have already said, we don't believe men should be in women's bathrooms? I think I would rather alienate 9% versus 70% if I'm a franchise owner trying to make a profit. But that's just me. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. And also, Pennsylvania population changes throughout the Keystone State that could impact the election and hurt one of the two candidates. Who is it? How big is it? We'll get to that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As you know, my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they continue to grow their luxury collection of brands. And now Piazza really welcoming in a warm welcome to two new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Mainline, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. Of course, you're going to receive the same first-class customer experience that I know I've come to expect. Everybody in my family, we all do business with the Piazza Auto Group and now with the Piazza Premium Automobiles. So find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and so much more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Push us over the top.
Thank you.
God bless you, and thank you for your support of the Travis Manning Foundation.
Your response was overwhelming.
God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still text to donate. Text TMF to 36413. Thanks to our sponsors, PA Link to Aging and Disability Resources, Delaware County, and Hoffman's Exterminating. Quality service and personalized care for over 34 years. Trust Hoffman to rid your home and business of unwanted pests.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb. Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
That's right, Kayal and Company. We've got the story hot off the presses as we continue live here on a Monday morning. Hopefully all of you had a good weekend. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 in just a couple of minutes. Just about an hour away from what's on the cut sheet. Absolutely loaded edition today, especially after what happened over the last couple of days. Another story that we didn't get a chance to talk about on Friday was Ronna McDaniel not only leaving the RNC, which we've talked about for a handful of weeks now, but landing a nice little gig with NBC.
And the hand-wringing and everybody just so ticked off on Meet the Press on Sunday morning was a sight to be seen. We have all that sound coming up at 7:45.
Chuck Todd was so angry he had to show back up at the studios and tell Kristen Welker the deal.
That's true.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Also, by the way, I'm getting some reports here. I'm seeing some stuff on Twitter and people tagging me and showing me that there's more of this going on at Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was one story that happened in Flemington, New Jersey, apparently 2 years ago in 2022, with one lady that wanted to apparently reside in a locker room with only biological females, which she has every right to want and need and have in her life. And apparently the Planet Fitness in Flemington, New Jersey banned her. And also, they gave her a form to fill out, a membership cancellation form, and that got, I guess the libs of TikTok found that as well. They've been all over this story, and they posted a screenshot of the cancellation form from this lady, and they blacked out, her name and her membership ID and address like that. But this is going on in a lot of places, Dawn.
Yeah, and because I was looking it up, there's another one, and police got involved because a man in Monroe, Georgia, is accused by police of exposing himself to a 15-year-old girl at a Planet Fitness. This is Monroe, Georgia, and the individual charged is 25-year-old Jake Dixon, arrested, facing multiple warrants for public indecency by exposing himself in the female locker room. And this is a police report. So now the family of the 15-year-old has filed a lawsuit.
Wow. So
that's going on. So as a longtime Planet Fitness, membership, we all have it in our family. So I think it's important to ask your individual franchise, what is their policy? if I found out that the manager, the owner of my individual franchise, we would cancel our family membership, because I feel that's important to say, to draw the line there. But if that manager, and I believe mine, they don't support that, then I think that's unfair to punish a franchisee who's not standing up against the corporation.
Yep.
That's where I'm at on this. But I'm quite frankly, I think they deserve what they're getting as far as their stock dropping. What you mentioned, Nick,
they lost $400 million off their market cap or market share.
11%.
I mean, that's a big hit.
Yeah,
that is a big hit. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, and then we got to get to Pennsylvania and the decline in population in the state since 2020. How bad will this hurt Joe Biden, if at all? We'll get into that when we continue. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is next.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Hi, I'm Mark Cuban, entrepreneur, businessman, and TV fan. People always come to me for investment advice. So here's a quick tip for you. Stop overpaying for cable and switch to Philo. What's Philo? It's the best way to watch more than 70 of your favorite channels and save big on your monthly bills. You can stream top channels like AMC, A&E, Discovery, Live, and On Demand. Philo's also got a library with thousands of hours of movies and shows just waiting for you. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save all your favorites and rewatch them for up to 1 year. All of this for just $25 a month. You don't need me to tell you that this is a deal you need to make. Philo, now and forever.
Head on over to philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv. And start your 7-day free trial now.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Down the corner, around the block, and maybe even in your parking lot, PNC continues to bring banking services closer to your door. Greater Philadelphia is now one of 10 regions where we've permanently introduced the PNC Bank mobile branch. This bank on wheels can be seen rolling up to community organizations across the Delaware Valley. On site and by your side, the PNC Mobile Branch is part of our commitment to supporting communities that need it most. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Baseball is back, basketball is heating up, and the NFL Draft is right around the corner. Listen to the latest on the teams you love with the free Odyssey app. The biggest sports radio stations in the country, providing unrivaled local coverage of their teams, all in one place. Exclusive interviews with players, coaches, and team executives, streaming live and always available on demand. Stay in the know with your favorite teams with Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today.
Are you a caregiver that lives in Delaware County? The Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources presents the 2024 Caregiver Academy Series. Join us for a series of meaningful, activity-focused information sessions on respite care for your loved ones. Presentations take place on April 9th, April 23rd, May 7th, May 21st, June 4th, and June 18th at the Good Neighbor Senior Center in Sharon Hill, PA, from 4 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. Call 484-540-0372 to register today.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Loving you isn't the right thing to do. How can I ever change things that I feel? If I could, maybe I'd give you my word. How can I, when you won't take it from me?
7 o'clock. Welcome back in. It is hour number 2, Kayal and Company, live on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Cut sheet at 7:45 this morning. And before we get to the cut sheet, we will play a new game called the Kamala Harris Clap Along. That's coming up around 7:35. And also in about 20 minutes, James Carville says, the biggest issue for Democrats, preachy females. We will get to that story in just a little bit, as well as some local stuff here in Pennsylvania when it comes to the population changes since the last presidential election 4 years ago. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And this morning, we are sponsored in Kayal & Company News Live by AMC, Anderson Mechanical. A lot of developing stories this morning as we look to Chester, Delaware County recovery operation beginning this morning in the search for a young girl swept away by a rain-swollen creek. This is southeastern Pennsylvania, Delaware County, Chester, and the Chester Fire Commissioner speaking out as this little girl was swept away over the weekend in that creek. Crews returning to the water this morning in hopes of finding 6-year-old Linaje Brooker as the community faces the reality that this rescue has now shifted to a recovery mission. That is because, according to the Chester Fire Commissioner and those first responders, said that 3 hours was the longest somebody could survive in that cold, fast-moving water. So she was swept away as apparently the side of the creek gave way after all of that rain that happened on the weekend. This morning, they'll return with boats with thermal imaging and try to scan the water while crews search. So Pennsylvania State Police, using that sonar technology, they're joining in this morning as it is a recovery, no longer a rescue mission. And we also have Philadelphia police say that they're investigating quite an unusual incident that also happened during the weekend's rainstorm on Saturday evening. A man in his late 20s, they say, was found dead near an electrical box on the grounds of an old golf course in West Philadelphia. So police responding there to this is the 7900 block of City Avenue. And they say the man was found there near the electrical box, near the golf course. They were taken to a nearby hospital, and he was pronounced dead Saturday evening. Cause of death still under investigation. quite an unusual situation.
Yeah, do we know what he was doing at the golf course?
No.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
so it's bizarre.
It wasn't Michael Pelko, was it?
Stop.
I just had to check.
Well, we always say, be careful because we do hear of those weird random stories, people trying to golf. Some people who just love golfing, and it's just when there's a storm, stay away.
Well, you always hear the story of the guy that was out there during the electrical storm. Yeah, he didn't want to adhere to the horn being blown, and you get electrocuted on a golf course. And not me. I'm out when they blow that horn. I'll tell you right now.
Thank you. We also have an update to a story we talked a lot about, and this is former Yedenborough Police Chief Anthony Paparo. As you may know, many individuals called him Chachi. If you remember that he filed a lawsuit, a wrongful termination and retaliation lawsuit back in the day. This was during the pandemic a couple years ago. And reportedly now Chief Chachi, as he was called lovingly by the community there, has settled that wrongful termination lawsuit allegedly because he was white. And there were board members there in Yeadon who had said they felt like the chief of police should be an African-American person. They've gone back and forth. And so now the word is that he has settled his federal discrimination lawsuit.
Okay.
So we talked a lot about him. Maybe he'll call in this morning and react to it because I know he is a regular listener. We have Aramark employees at the Wells Fargo Center voting just yesterday to authorize a strike, saying the food services giant does not provide health insurance to hundreds of workers at Philadelphia's major sports stadiums and has not raised wages, they claim, to match all the inflation that we've been suffering. So Unite Here Local 274, representing food service workers at the Wells Fargo Center, Citizens Bank Park, as well as Lincoln Financial Field. They say that at least 92% of their workers voted to support authorizing the union's bargaining team to call for a strike, although they didn't give the exact number here. So TikTok, this is looming as we have obviously ahead of our big Thursday opening day at Citizens Bank Park. Will this affect baseball? So we have the last spring training today before that, but we don't have word on what that would mean for the Sixers. The home game. Could this affect the home game on Wednesday for the Flyers? They don't play until Saturday, and I will, with that, say that the Sixers did beat the Clippers and LeBron. 121 to 107. So we got that going for us, which is nice.
All right.
Flyers lost to the Panthers 4-1.
You know, speaking of this story, though, I mean, I have no idea what these Aramark employees for concessions make, but it is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. You know, throughout the last couple of years, with everything being as expensive as it is and people, struggling check to check. The one thing where you haven't seen prices really come down, in fact, I would argue they've probably gone up, is at sporting events. The fact that these people aren't making a little bit more of a respectable wage is kind of embarrassing considering the money that these sports organizations are printing. I mean, these franchises are making so much money through television revenue and TV partnerships. It's just gross and disgusting. Like the fact that these employees aren't taken care of better. And I know they're, unioned and the whole bit, but I mean, come on, let's go here. What are we doing?
Well, let's just hope they get her done before our season opener, which is also the home opener, starts 3:05 this Thursday against the Braves.
Oh, it's a day game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Only 3 home games all season are currently scheduled to begin after 6:40 p.m.
There's a 65% chance of rain on Thursday, though.
All right.
Yeah.
Do we really think we're going to get it in?
This is why I think all teams in the Northeast should spend the entire month of April in Major League Baseball, either in a dome or playing on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, suck it up.
I hate April baseball in this area of the country. Just the raw, clammy,
It's freezing,
awful.
Yeah.
All right, end rant. Sorry.
All right. The weather looking at the forecast, to Greg's point. So actually 54 and bright sunny skies today. If only it were like that for Thursday's home opener. So tomorrow is 53, cloudy. Wednesday 57, nice and warm, a slight chance for the sprinkles, but as Greg Stocker mentioned, 53 degrees, but yeah, it looks like rain is coming in. So when will that rain come in? Now Friday, here's the ironic part. Friday, the 29th, 50 going into Easter weekend, 55 degrees and sunny. Saturday,
Yeah.
Easter weekend looks lovely, 60 degrees. And so like Thursday moving forward is the worst day of the week as far as weather-wise.
Just move it to a doubleheader on Friday.
Yeah.
I know. We can't be wasting these days when the Braves are here of all all
I know,
teams.
I know.
Yeah, this is going to be something that goes down to the wire in September between these two teams.
Yep.
But they're only saying, I don't know, let's see how, it might be that the rain ends early on Thursday. So because the rain, we're going to have rain Wednesday. So I think they're probably looking at the forecast. And if the rain ends Thursday morning, let's say, then I think they'll keep it in. But certainly, to your point, do a doubleheader.
Yeah.
It's Good Friday. It's a holiday weekend, though, so that might be an issue.
Good point.
I'm not going to get into national headlines, and there is a whole lot that I know Nick Kayle's going to get into. So we have to talk about our sponsor, Anderson Mechanical Corporation. They are the people to call to make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. Call them today. Schedule your spring tune-up with AMC. Tune up at an awesome discount. Just visit AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMContheweb.com, AMContheweb.com. That's Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:10 as we continue here on this Monday morning. So I think this is a very significant story, and it's courtesy of the Philadelphia Inquirer, with the headline reading, How Pennsylvania at the county level population with changes could impact the presidential election. Newly released census data show Pennsylvanians' population decline since the last presidential election, and it's mostly concentrated in counties where President Joe Biden won in 2020. Now, if you recall, in 2020, Biden took Pennsylvania by roughly 80,000 votes, but about 45,000 Pennsylvania residents have left counties that Joe Biden won, according to the analysis from Franklin and Marshall College. Counties that voted for President Donald Trump have since gained residents to the tune of about 10% of what Joe lost, 4,500 residents, adding up to a net statewide loss of about 41,000 people from the 13 million residents counted during the 2020 census. The analysis looks at residents, not registered voters, so it's impossible to deduce whether one party benefits and whether one might shift and have an impact with a statewide vote. About half of the residents who left counties that Biden won relocated within the state, and the other half have moved to another state. I would call those the smart half. The analysis reflects population growth trends in parts of both central and South Philadelphia, known as the T, and population losses in the state's two biggest cities, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Here is a quote. The quote, natural feeling is that Trump counties, rural counties, are losing population, but there's a lot of central Pennsylvania counties experiencing growth that are still Republican counties, said Burwood Yost, who conducted this analysis. They go on to say that typically a state's demographics don't change enough in 4 years to seriously affect a presidential election from one cycle to the next cycle, but Pennsylvania's narrow margins mean that any shift could be magnified. So this is pretty interesting, and I think this is advantage Trump. To what extent, we don't know. But if you're talking about a state 4 years ago that Joe carried by 80,000, well, if you're losing half of those people, and presumably within half of those people, half of them have gone to another state, well, that's just, right off the top right there. That could affect Biden. That could affect Trump. But you're seeing gains in rural counties. So I know we've disagreed on this show before. I have been of the belief, just like Zioli is, that Pennsylvania is more blue than some people want to either acknowledge or admit. Some will argue it's purple. Some will argue it's still slightly red. When I say I agree with Rich, I'm not saying that Pennsylvania cannot be won by a Republican. I think it absolutely can. But I think right now, if you're looking at it on an objective level, it is trending bluer, and I think the thing that concerns me is Bucks County, roughly the third or fourth biggest or most populated, depending on how you want to look at it, county in the state. Outside of Philadelphia and Allegheny County, which is obviously Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Bucks County is a huge player in the election. And if it's going more and more blue in Bucks, where we've seen at the local level where school board members that are Republican are being voted out in favor of blue and Democrat, that's cause for concern for me, because that to me shows, I think, and maybe I'm overreacting, but I think it is representative of where this state is, where I think suburban females are the X factor. And I'd like to think that this helps Trump with the numbers I gave you, but I still think right now, gun to my head, how do I think Pennsylvania is going to play out this fall? I think Biden's still going to win Pennsylvania. I think bellwether counties like Northampton County and Lehigh County up in the Lehigh Valley, the Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton area, I think those, quote, little counties are going to play a major role in the state. I said last week, I think, gun to my head right now, Georgia and Arizona are going in favor of Trump. Post Lake and Riley, post everything at the border, Arizona being a border state. But if I had to predict Pennsylvania today, I think I would pick Joe Biden to win Pennsylvania. But I hope I'm wrong, and I hope these numbers are actually very indicative of maybe a swing, because we've seen it. You know, Trump won Pennsylvania in 2016. Yeah, Pennsylvania rejected Hillary Clinton. So I'm not sure what you make of these figures, or Dawn, but I know you've obviously tracked Bucks County a lot with things at the school board level, and I know you have your friend Meg Brock up there as well. But it seems to me right now that this would probably hurt Biden more than Trump if we're looking at it from a population loss standpoint.
Yeah, you know, when you look at it, Republicans won Pennsylvania handily through the 80s, and then it all switched. And then I wonder, too, with all the people moving here from New York, who's moving here? How does that affect the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Well, I think there's a lot in flux.
Well, the problem is people leave blue places because they're tired of it, and then they relocate somewhere, whether it is Pennsylvania or further south, and then they still vote Democrat. That's the thing that's frustrating. I've seen it personally in Tennessee. The amount of progressives living in Nashville, Tennessee is off the charts because they all relocate from the Northeast because they're tired of the high taxes, the weather, the restrictions. They come to Tennessee, no state income tax, more freedom, better weather. And what do? They vote for the first progressive or liberal they see on the ballot. And that's how you see like states like Tennessee dealing with an influx, Georgia becoming a purple state. You know, they're trying to do that in Texas as well. The only place where it really doesn't seem to fly is Florida. Florida's on the other end of the spectrum. Florida gets people from, all over the country, and that state is turning further red by the day. I think the Republican advantage over Democrats is 800,000 voters now?
Yeah.
I mean, DeSantis has made that state ruby red.
And they have elections where they have an election day, and you have voter ID.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've really clamped down on that to ensure that the elections are honest.
Yep.
And it's something I know our legislature, we've talked a lot about that. But for me, I just want transparency and truth and honest elections, because I think none of us want moving forward the feeling that your vote did not matter or something funny happened.
Yeah.
And I think we all have those spidey senses. So I just hope that they can clamp that down.
By the way, a little correction here for the news from 7 o'clock. There's no game on Friday. They leave that day open for the Phillies just in case there's a rain out. So it wouldn't be a doubleheader. So they'll probably end up playing on Friday.
The traditional Thursday, Saturday, Sunday.
And also, Don said Clippers and LeBron. It's James Harden plays for the Clippers.
Oh, I'm sorry. James Harden.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
So we're being corrected. So I just wanted to correct
Well,
the
I never
record.
said Friday. I said Thursday. I never said Friday. I said it was
No.
Thursday.
I said a doubleheader.
Oh, wow. Okay.
See?
There we go.
This is why the sports guy doesn't get involved in the sports anymore, because
that's
fear of being corrected.
The sports guy should have said something to us.
So Dawn said LeBron and the Clippers.
Yeah.
He plays for the Lakers, but that's all right. Whatever. Who cares?
The Sixers beat the Clippers.
Good.
121 to 107.
Sorry, I just wanted to correct the record.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I'm doing.
Well, the fact checkers are out early
Of
this
course,
morning on a
of
Monday.
course.
All right, 855-839-1210. I guess I'm next up on the chopping block. I'll say something way off base in the next 2 hours and 20 minutes, and we'll be corrected. All right, coming up next, James Carville, longtime strategist for the Democrats, says, you know what? The problem with their party, too many preachy females. Yes, I actually agree. But should it actually matter? We'll get to that when we continue Kayal and Company as we roll on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We got to talk about Parks Casino. This is how you win. Action, entertainment, great dining, excitement. Only at Parks Casino. Perfect for girls' night out, maybe a date night, maybe a happy hour. It's my casino of choice and the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, state-of-the-art sports book, 150-foot video wall. It's amazing with those comfy reclining seats. Perfect for the college hoops tournament, MMA, or baseball opening day. Plus, award-winning restaurants, Parks Grill Steakhouse, Liberty Bell Gastropub, and, of course, the Bamboo Noodle House. See some top headliners at the Excite Center. Frontman, March 29th, Clay Walker, July 13th, and Dylan Scott, August 10th. Comic Nick Swardson from Reno 911, April 6th, and America's Top Psychic Medium, Matt Frazier, April 20th. So free parking, valet parking, everything, charging stations for the EVs. For all things Parks Casino, visit parkscasino.com, Parx Casino. This is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Push us over the top.
Thank you.
God bless you and thank you for your support of the Travis Manning Foundation.
Your response was overwhelming.
God bless you and God bless America. Thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still text to donate. Text TMF to 36413. Thanks to our sponsors. Emmons Roofing Windows and Solar, emmonsroofing.com. McCausland Lock Service, specializing in high-tech keys and remotes. Locks, the letter N, keys.com. And Steam Fitters Local Union 420, serving the Philadelphia area since 1903. We do it right the first time.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's a Joe Conklin Comedy Show fundraiser at the Church of the Incarnation in Mantua, New Jersey.
We're raising money to send altar server Christina McNasby to the shrine at Lourdes in France.
24 years old. She's been going through a lot. Her faith is steadfast. She's an unbelievable parishioner.
Christine is in pain quite often. All she has to say is she's offering up that pain to the Lord.
Can get her to Lourdes, and we're going to do that with your help.
The Benefit Comedy Show for Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's PHILO.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Take me out to...
Kids game, we have to go.
Take me out to the...
Honey, please, just grab the cooler and his bat relief.
Root for the all-new Chevy lineup of SUVs at Hester Chevrolet. Big enough for the family and all the stuff this baseball season. Hester Chevy is your local home team with the largest availability of new Chevrolets in Philadelphia, plus the largest selection of Silverados and Trax. No dealer will beat their price. More at HesterChevy.com. See dealer for details.
No way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, rolling on live, 724, Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. At Nick Kayal, at 1210 WPHT on social media. So, longtime Democratic strategist James Carville has come out over the weekend, and he is blaming the Democrat Party and their polling problems on, quote, too many preachy females. Yes, and he compared looking at President Biden's remarkably low approval ratings to, quote, walking in on your grandma naked, end quote. He says you can't get the image out of your mind. Carville, the Southerner, never known to mince words, thinks that Democrats, quote, feminine focus on, quote, woke stuff is killing us and could cost the party the election. He says the following, quote, a suspicion of mine is that there are too many preachy females dominating the Democrats' culture and message. He told the Times, quote, don't drink beer, don't watch football, don't eat hamburgers. This is not good for you. The message is far too feminine. Everything you're doing is destroying the planet. You've got to eat your peas. Carville goes on to say, if you listen to Democratic elites, NPR is my go-to place for that. The whole talk is about how women and women of color are going to decide this election. Carville continues by saying, quote, I'm like, well, 48% of the people that vote are males. Do you mind if they have some consideration too? So James Carville pinning a lot of the failures of the left on preachy females. And I think what he says on the surface is true. There are a lot of very left-leaning, liberal, preachy women. That being said, I don't think that the, quote, woke stuff is killing us that Carville talks about for the Dems. I actually disagree with him there. I would argue that Republicans putting too many eggs in their woke basket to combat wokeness is not going to get you reelected and get Democrats fired. Why? Think about this at the local level in Bucks County. Think about this on a national level with DeSantis. You know, what DeSantis and what Republicans did in the culture wars of 2021 and 2022 led to victory. But I remember we had on Athen Koutsarumbis and also Charles McElwee from Real Clear Politics, and the loading up or going all in as a Republican to fight the culture wars and the wokeness, you can't overdo that because that's not enough to carry you to a victory over a Democrat. So I on the surface, I agree with everything Carville is saying, but I don't know that the woke stuff is killing the Democrats as much as Republicans putting too much emphasis on fighting the woke wars. DeSantis tried that at the presidential level. It doesn't work. At the presidential level, it's about the economy, the border, crime, global wars, peace and prosperity. The culture wars are something you fight at the grassroots level, I think. School boards, mayors, even governors. But when you get to the big time, I think that's why DeSantis showed that he was kind of like the JV version of Trump. Trump's got it figured out with what really matters. But I do think Carville's accurate. Preachy females, I mean, Dawn, I'll leave this is your wheelhouse. Can you spot a preachy liberal female? Is that like in your personal female spidey senses?
Preachy females.
Or do you need to like see them wearing a mask or have a nose ring to realize they're probably preachy?
I don't know. James Carville should just shut it.
I mean, but like
from the bimbo factor to this one, I don't know.
He's right though.
But he's right from the toxic masculinity standpoint.
The Democrats would be very smart to listen to him. I'm telling you, and he's going to be cast aside as like, okay, boomer, okay, guy that doesn't know what 2024 people, Democrats, liberals are thinking. Go back to your 1992 mindset. But he's right in everything he's saying.
But isn't the preachy female ultimately the bugaboo for the GOP? Like, that's the reason why Republicans will lose, is because these 28-year-old preachy females with $8 coffees will come out and get all Karen on you, and they're going to show up at the ballot on Election Day.
Speaking of which, AOC wasted no time in telling him he should get a podcast and zip it. So I guess
she jumped in on the conversation. Yeah. That's good to know.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm sure she puts him in the same category as Joe Rogan and everybody else. It's just these out-of-touch dudes who don't know what they're saying.
Well, they have the Democrats have placated to the female. There's no doubt about it. He talks about don't drink beer, don't watch football, don't eat cheeseburgers. Yes. Like, I mean, how many times have we seen the left right now where it's like they try to vilify just basic masculine things, right? Like, we see it all the time, and it's like this, well, this toxic masculinity needs to be rooted out of all of our institutions in America. And I'm like, no, it doesn't.
He said these comments to Maureen Dowd, correct?
I'm reading it from the New York Post.
Yeah. This was the New York Post reporting on something in the New York Times. That's just how journalism is now.
Right. Everybody pilfers everybody else's
content. And I put
content.
Journalism in quotations. But it's the liberals and Democrats would be behooved to listen to people like Maureen Dowd and James Carville, and not listen to people like AOC.
So how do they abandon this narrative or this perception that the whole party has basically been overtaken by preachy females?
Well, I mean, you've put all your eggs in that basket, so it doesn't really matter. That is the party now. So these are the people that you're going to bed with. You know, not literally, but you know what I mean. So that is what. So don't be upset when the blue collar guys that used to be in your party don't want anything to do with you.
That's
anymore.
true.
Well, I think that's Carville's concern is the union vote.
Yeah.
And so I think that's the truth is that the battle here is over the union vote. You talked about Pennsylvania earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And so if because we're seeing this huge shift, right, in the parties.
Yeah, political realignment is a real thing.
Yes. And so I think that part of this is that if men, all men, who are real men, biological men, just men, feel alienated. And we hear this more, Bill Maher, over the weekend again. So I think that a lot of people feel like the Democrat Party from back in the day that, Joe Biden was even part of has completely left them.
Yep.
And now it's this progressive, far left-wing thing that nobody even recognizes.
Female liberal elitist.
Yeah. And just like
Well, the Democrats would say the same thing about the Republicans, and now they're the MAGA party. So it's the same thing.
I don't think it is. Well, I don't think it's the same thing, but I will say that I think Carville's worried about that union vote.
855-839-1210. Oh, here they go.
It's not the same thing.
Okay. You say it's not the same thing, but I'm telling you, the Democrats say it's the same thing.
It's all for the
GOP has been overtaken by MAGA. That's what Democrats are saying.
And what? Oh, that's terrible. Make America great again, like Reagan said.
I didn't say it was terrible, but the Democrats also don't think that the liberals and the progressive overtaking their party is a bad thing either.
Yeah, I think a lot of Democrats do.
Yeah, the same faction.
Because it's like craziness.
The same faction.
Make America great again means peace, prosperity, jobs, job protection, a great economy.
Yeah, but the same faction of the old school GOP that thinks MAGA taking over is a bad thing.
Well,
it's the same thing.
I think a classic liberal like Bill Maher thinks that the progressives have hijacked the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
which is why.
Yes, exactly. And classic GOPs think MAGA has overtaken the party. I'm just telling you what the realities are.
Well, the math would show that it has. Ronna McDaniel out, McCarthy out, McConnell out. The Republican Party is the party of Trump until further notice. That's pretty obvious, right?
Well, then the Democrat Party is the party of AOC until further notice. Because that seems to win them. That seems to win them elections.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Look, there's not. There's still old school, old guard Republicans, but based on the primary polling of MAGA versus Nikki Haley, I think it's pretty obvious that it's predominantly Trump. So
yeah, and to your point, Marjorie Taylor, MTG, she's out there today, and will they oust Speaker Johnson? And that
end up with Speaker
that very public
Jeffries
nastiness is unfortunate.
And Mike Gallagher retiring, which gives Republicans a 1-seat advantage. Fair to say at this point, at 7:33 a.m. on March 25th, that House Republicans have not really accomplished a whole heck of a lot since taking back the House. I mean, honestly, we oust this speaker. Now we're going to oust that speaker. My God, what a debacle!
But that's what they want, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
all a pain in my keister.
This is what they don't want. They don't want these bills. They don't want more laws. They don't want anything.
Yeah.
They just want government to come to a grinding halt. This is what they voted for.
Yeah.
So
okay, when you hear them speak about the money, the runaway money, it is craziness. I just wish that, like a lot of families, when you have an argument, what's said, like my mom said, what's said at this table stays at this table.
Yeah.
I just wish that they would internalize it, have their private meetings, and not make it quite so public.
Mm-hmm. Cut sheet coming up in about 10 minutes. But before we get there, we will play a game called the Kamala Clap Along. Does she know what she's actually clapping to? Tough weekend for the Veep. And we're back after this on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
No lib, Greg. You have no clue. Okay, buddy. Stay there on the chat, okay? Listener. Say goodbye to busted brackets. How's your bracket doing, by the way? How's your bracket doing? No lib, how's your bracket doing? Because if your busted is bracket, like if your bracket is busted like so many then maybe you should do FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because it lets you play and bet on every game of the tournament, whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed. It's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. I really love the FanDuel app. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and bet on college hoops until they cut down the net. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
See Joe Conklin's Benefit Comedy Show at the Church of the Incarnation in Mantua, New Jersey for parishioner Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Start April the right way with some Phillies baseball when the Reds come to town on Monday, April 1st and Tuesday, April 2nd, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, April 3rd at 1:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us for April baseball that's sure to rock when the Rockies visit CBP on Monday, April 15th and Tuesday, April 16th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, April 17th at 6:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Well, you went uptown riding in your limousine.
Kayal and Company rolling on. It is a Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? You will find out in just about 5 minutes. Also, still ahead this morning, Yahoo News going after Elon Musk. Also, Ronna McDaniel joins MSNBC. You'll hear about that in the cut sheet. And also, we've got some news in the world of Trump and his finances, not only with what is due today, but also the sale and his shares from Truth Social that happened on Friday. We'll get to that coming up in a couple of minutes. But let's get to the Veep. Not a good weekend for Vice President Kamala Harris, who was in Puerto Rico clapping along to a song that apparently she had no idea what the actual translation was to what they were singing. So Vice President Kamala Harris suddenly stopped clapping while a protest song played in Puerto Rico. Once an aide translated what they were saying about Palestine and Haiti. Vice President Kamala Harris was captured on camera on Friday clapping to a Puerto Rican protest song during her visit to San Juan, but then decided to stop once an aide translated what the singers were adding to the lyrics. After making remarks in Puerto Rico's capital, Harris visited the Goyoco Community Center in the Santurce neighborhood of San Juan, where she took a tour, and she heard from center staff and community leaders. And the motorcade containing the Veep was greeted by a mix of several dozen loud demonstrators and onlookers on the sidewalk. One held a sign that said Kamala Harris is a war criminal. And then another one calling the USA and Israel genocidal. So, Phil, if we could, let's play this video. We've got the audio as well, I believe. Here's Kamala Harris clapping along to something she has no idea what's going on about. Let's take a listen and watch this. The Veep having the time of her life.
Yeah, party!
Yeah, baby! Kamala, they're actually talking about Haiti and Palestine.
And all of a sudden, the hands stop.
Let me stop clapping.
Oops, sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, now I'll nod my head like I have. Now I know what it's about. There she is, the second in charge. Yeah, Kamala clap along, baby.
And then she just has to stand there uncomfortably.
Uh-huh.
It's amazing.
Folks, if Joe Biden slips down a flight of steps today and would pass away, she's running the free world. I want that thought to set in. You know, it's bad enough that it's Joe, but it could actually be worse, I think, and it would be worse with Kamala Harris. I've actually figured out now who Kamala Harris is. So on this past Friday, we had our radiothon, right? Travis Manion Foundation. And in between our, 13 hours of broadcasting, you got a lot of people walking around, people from TMF, salespeople, suits. We're all having little conversations. 2 people here, 4 people there, a 5-minute conversation, a 90-second conversation. But have you ever been in a social setting where you're in a little gathering and there's that one person who's nodding their head and they're like, yep, uh-huh, yep, Yep. Yes. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And they are like really into the conversation.
Yep.
But maybe they don't have a clue what the hell's being said.
Nothing.
That's Kamala Harris.
Absolutely.
Kamala Harris is the person just nodding along, saying, yep. But she doesn't really understand. She doesn't have a grasp of the conversation. And I feel like that's indicative of her entire tenure, right? If you think about it, border czar, AI czar, now she's doing the abortion tour. She's probably finally in her wheelhouse doing her abortion tour in 2024 because God knows everything else has been completely over her head. So that's just another bad look for the Veep. The only thing that would have been more funny is if they were actually mocking Kamala Harris and she was clapping along and singing. and then they were like, oh, dude, they're talking about you.
She had no idea.
And she had no idea.
That would be hysterical.
So that's nice work by the Veep. Kamala clap along. We'll play that game from time to time here on Kayal and Company. But 7:45, let's get to it right on time because I think he's got like 32 pages of cuts.
Always.
It is time for a Monday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
I'd bring it, baby.
What's on
No mailing it in.
the cut sheet?
I was here for 37 hours on Friday, and I'm over-prepared on Monday.
So we can expect a crash on Tuesday from you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll have absolutely nothing for tomorrow's show. What's on the cut sheet on this Monday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 per month, and interest rates are as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details today. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Let's start right with these Sunday shows, shall we? Former Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer sat down for an interview with Kristen Welker yesterday. We'll get to all the Ronna McDaniel stuff in just a moment. And remember the leaker? The person who leaked the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade?
Yes.
And kind of how that story just kind of
Just
went
went
away.
away.
Just
Mm-hmm.
went away. Will we ever find out who that person was?
Okay.
Probably not. This is what Stephen Breyer had to say about that to Kristen Welker on Meet the Press on Sunday yesterday. Cut one, Philip, go.
Do you have a theory of the case? Do you think that the leaker was someone who wanted to sound the alarm about Roe being overturned or wanted the draft opinion to be locked in place? Do you have your own theory?
Do I have my theories about it? Yes.
But you're not going to share them with me.
Correct.
Can you talk about it in that broader context, though? Do you have a sense of what the motive of the leaker was?
That's part of the theory.
And given, fair to say, how the fact that you're disappointed, you were not behind this in any way.
I'm not even going to say that. I mean, of course, I'd be amazed if it was a judge.
Okay.
There.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, not giving Welker as the interviewer, come to the aid of somebody trying to conduct an interview. Not the easiest of things when you get that level of, I don't know if arrogance is the right word, or snark, or lack of substance. And by the way, too, you notice how he keeps looking away from her?
Yeah.
Like he had his head tilted away from her, like, I can't even look at you.
Let me ask you, what is the... Why don't we deserve to know? Like, why are they seem to have theories about who it is.
Mm-hmm.
Why did that story just go away? I'm fascinated by it.
In regards to it going away, so are you saying?
Well, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like whoever leaked the story, we should know about.
It's always just interesting to me about what we as the public are fed and what is kept away from us for so long, right?
Exactly.
Like even going over to the Nashville trans shooter and the manifesto. Just last week, the FBI officially in a federal court ruling that the manifesto has to be released. It's been almost one calendar year. And oh, by the way, too, when things get released, I want the full transparency and the full transcript. I don't want all these redactions and things like that. I want complete transparency across the board.
Yeah, I think, and we reported at the time that there was that 8-month investigation, and they just said, well, we couldn't find who did it. And then compare that with other investigations with DOJ, like the J6, who was there at J6.
Or the drugs at the White House?
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
We couldn't find whose cocaine it was. What?
But isn't it amazing how in some investigations, like January 6th, right this morning in 2024, they continue to look for individuals and figure out who all was there.
Hunting them down one by one.
Yes. So what happened to that? If they didn't find it in 8 months, why do they stop?
Right.
Continue to investigate, put the pressure on. But they just said, we couldn't figure it out. We investigated for 8 months and that's it.
I agree.
By the way, everybody on the YouTube chat has my theory about this, is that Breyer knows exactly who it is.
Oh, you could just tell the way he's responding.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obvious.
I feel like if it's that well known amongst those circles, that there should be some sort of an investigation into it.
1,000% agree.
I mean, Greg, to your point, he's saying it's not a justice. It's.
Did anybody think it was?
I don't think so.
Was there a theory that it was like Kavanaugh or somebody?
No,
or
it's a staffer.
Yeah, exactly.
It's clearly a staffer, and probably one of those staffers who James Carville. How much you want to bet it was a female?
Great point. It's a great point.
Right. So
I'll take $100 on a female.
It was, what did he call him? Mouthy. What did he call him?
Preachy females.
Preachy. It was how much you want to bet it was a preachy female? I would be shocked if it was a male.
Yeah.
And so then which judge's staff, justice's staff, was part of it. And they all know, we would know, right? If it happens in your office, like, oh, it's that one.
Sure.
But they probably can't prove it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, there's certain stories that just drop. This one, the cocaine in the White House. There's just never nobody follows up on it. We forget about it because that's just the way we're wired, and that's the way this news cycle is.
Yep. And
I'm glad at least we're still talking about it. But Breyer definitely knows something.
Yeah,
and he should talk.
But it's almost like in Philadelphia when the cops try to, when the police are investigating and nobody's talking.
Yeah.
You get the feeling like nobody wants to talk about it, so it stifles the investigation.
Correct.
So let's get to the big story that Ronna McDaniel out at the RNC, but on NBC News. NBC is not happy about it. MSNBC has already said they are not bringing her on as a panelist or something until this all dies down and they bring her on as a panelist. But Kristen Welker sat down for an interview with Ronna McDaniel before it was announced that NBC was bringing her on board, and they feel like they did her dirty. So she comes off. She comes on Meet the Press and basically said, "Hey, look, I sat down with this interview with Ronna McDaniel before this announcement was made. I had nothing to do with it." She goes into this long-winded explanation. I'm going to first start with her, then we're going to move to Chuck Todd.
Okay.
This is cut 2. Phil, go.
I'll be joined by former RNC chair Ronna McDaniel in her first interview since stepping down as party chair. In full disclosure to our viewers, this interview was scheduled weeks before it was announced that McDaniel would become a paid NBC News contributor. This will be a news interview, and I was not involved in her hiring. This week, we learned just how much Trump's...
There you go.
Okay. So I take Kristen Welker at face value here.
Yeah, I'm sure
Obviously, she has no say really in personnel, I would imagine, unless maybe she has a tremendous pool. But I would guess at this point in her relatively young career in this role, replacing Chuck Todd, she does not. I think lost in all of this was the initial reaction I had Friday as we were doing Radiothon was, boy, Ronna McDaniel to MSNBC, talk about a perfect fit, right? Because we have basically said we're done with people in the Republican Party like Ronna McDaniel. She's the peak definition of a rhino. So I'm not surprised in the least bit that she would end up there. It's like Chris Christie.
Let me just say this, too. We say this all the time. Don't be fooled by these people. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke. They are the enemy of the people. And then they hire or they give you a big, giant, fat check, and you're running right to them. Jim Jordan was interviewed by 60 Minutes last night. How many times has he been on record bitching and complaining about CBS but yet he sits right down with Leslie Stahl. It's all fake.
They love their FaceTime.
It's all fake. It's all fake and phony. They're all fake and Fakes and phonies.
Well, there's two things here. There's many people that are fake that will just go for wherever the paycheck is. Going from Republican to mainstream media, or from Democrat to Republican, or Democrat to right-wing media, or things like that. But also, I do think over the course of time that people have the right to change their views and their opinions. Whether you're a former Democrat and you're now a registered Republican, or vice versa, you left the GOP for a Democrat. And oh, by the way, too, I think there is a time where some people in media do it because they genuinely have changed their position and their stances on where they are based on the current rendition of the party that they used to think that they belong to and subscribe to. So I think it's more, but you're right. There's no doubt about it. A lot of these people are fraudulent. But Ronna McDaniel, this feels like the more natural fit, in my opinion. She's far more NBC than she ever was Republican Party.
Is she, though?
She's the old guard.
Yeah.
Flying around. What was she spending on private flights?
Because of the
burning
Romney
up
thing?
the RNC cash.
Yeah.
I'm glad she's good. Just go stay over there, Ronna. We don't want you anyway.
Well, that was not the worst of it. They sat down for their little round table on Meet the Press, and Chuck Todd just went off on the network for hiring Ronna McDaniel, tells Kristen Welker that our bosses owe you an apology. By the way, guys, their bosses owe you nothing.
Yeah.
You're a paid employee.
Yeah. Who's Chuck Todd all of a sudden coming here swinging a big stick?
Exactly.
Wow.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
Let me deal with the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
I think our bosses owe you an apology for putting you in this situation, because I don't know what to believe. She is now a paid contributor by NBC News. So I have no idea whether any answer she gave to you was because she didn't want to mess up her contract. She wants us to believe that she was speaking for the RNC when the RNC was paying for her. So she has credibility issues that she still has to deal with.
Yeah.
Is she speaking for herself, or is she speaking on behalf of who's paying her? Once at the RNC, she did say that, hey, I'm speaking for the party. I get that. That's part of the job. So what about here? I will say this. I think your interview did a good job of exposing, I think, many of the contradictions. And look, there's a reason why there's a lot of journalists at NBC News uncomfortable with this, because many of our professional dealings with the RNC over the last 6 years have been met with gaslighting, have been met with character assassination. So it is, that's where you begin here. And so when NBC made the decision to give her NBC News' credibility, you got to ask yourself, what does she bring NBC News? And when we make deals like this, and I've been at this company a long time, you're doing it for access to audience. Sometimes it's access to an individual, and we can have a journalistic ethics debate about that. And I'm willing to have that debate. And if you told me we were hiring her as a technical advisor to the Republican convention, I think that would be certainly defensible. If you told me we're talking to her, but let's see how she does in some interviews, and maybe vet her with actual journalists inside the network, see if it's a two-way, what she can bring the network. So I do think, unfortunately, this interview is always going to be looked through the prism of who is she speaking for, right? I think you did everything you could do. You got put into an impossible situation, booking this interview, and then all of a sudden the rugs pull out from under you. You find out she's being paid to show up. It's unfortunate for this program, but I am glad you did the best you could, and that's why the three of us are on here to try to bolster that editorial independence.
Oh, editorial independence, says Chuck Todd. How about that, too, by the way? The audacity to talk about gaslighting and character assassination. I mean, that's all the Democrats have done to anybody that had the nerve and the temerity to say publicly, I'm a Trump supporter and voter. But the bigger thing here, and Dawn, you worked at the news at these network levels, so you understand this better than I do. I think that takes a lot of balls for Chuck Todd to go up and show up on stage like that and basically crush his employer and all of the hiring. Like, could you imagine if one of us got on the air and said, I can't believe Greg Stocker hired this person? I thought we'd probably be in a meeting. I don't know. Does Chuck Todd have that kind of pull?
Well, I just don't understand even the premise. Is he also putting down ABC News? For hiring Chris Christie or George Stephanopoulos?
I was just going to say George Stephanopoulos.
As an independent journalist. These networks, CNN, they hire pundits all the time, like James Carville, Kellyanne Conway. I mean, you could go, the list goes on and on as far as who they might try to hire or pay for one special show. It's pretty much a practice that everybody has done for years. What is the big deal?
I know.
That's my big, like, you're giving away the store by saying we don't want somebody with an opposing view on our network.
Terrible.
I am no Ronna McDaniel fan, trust me. But, like, NBC has every right to hire her
Absolutely.
as a pundit. And she has every right to accept.
Whether they're doing it because they want access,
Even though she's a phony. But
yes.
yeah.
Whether they want access and information from what she only she can provide as a source, or if they are trying to be more balanced, which we know they are not. But if that's what their quote objective is, then who is Chuck Todd to be? So, I mean, Fox News, they put on Democrats. Hell, the 5 every day has somebody in that seat right of Jesse Waters. That's a Democrat, whether it's Jessica Tarlov or Harold Ford, who was an elected official, a Democrat in the state of Tennessee.
And Fox News had Bob Beckel on for years. They had Combs, what's his name? Alan Combs. So they've always had liberals on that network. So it's really disingenuous for them to. I have never seen so many people so outraged over the hiring of one person.
Oh, I got to imagine Joy Reid probably flipped her lid when she heard about this. The same thing with Rachel Maddow. Oh, Ronna McDaniel, you defended Trump when he said blah, 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 blah. Well, I don't know if Ronna McDaniel believes it or if she was just playing the game, but that's part of the role for her.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. When MSNBC hired Jen Psaki, she was the Biden spokesperson. She was Joe Biden's mouthpiece.
Sure.
So what's the difference? Because you agree with Biden's policy, it's okay to give Jen Psaki her own show, but because you don't agree with RNC, Ronna McDaniel's, you don't? Like, that's just ridiculous.
It's because they don't want any counter viewpoints. They just, and I think both sides are guilty of this to a certain extent, where it's we just don't want to hear what the other person has to say. We just want to be surrounded by like-minded people to reinforce our thoughts or our beliefs. Although I would say Republicans are far more open to hearing from other people, because I think right now in the current state that we are in, Republicans value free speech a whole hell of a lot more than Democrats do. Democrats are trying to stifle it.
Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing just seems to me to be a big nothing burger, but they really seem to make it into something.
Well, Chuck Todd's acting like MSNBC hired Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was just looking at the past. Dee Dee Myers, who worked under the Clinton administration, she was signed with NBC for a long time, and Vanity Fair, Carville, and Paul Begala.
Yep.
They were, so you think of, they were CNN, I believe. But you think of all these paid pundits, this is par for the course. They do this all the time. What's the big deal?
I know.
We say this all the time about these press secretaries. They're all waiting, running out the clock until they get their big contract from whatever network is going to hire them.
Sure.
Whether it's Kayleigh McEnany or Jen Psaki.
I don't recall Chris Christie facing this kind of pushback when he was on, any mainstream outlet.
That's because he's a Republican they like.
Well, of course. No, I get it. It's like, because he's adamantly and he's been outspoken anti-Trump. Like,
he's going to come on and trash Trump, and she's not.
Right.
So,
although I think if given time, she'll probably, Kayleigh McEnany has come out and been authentic about Trump, and then Trump, goes after her and rips her and the whole thing. I think Ronna McDaniel eventually, if given the opportunity, will say things that are certainly not flattering of Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bound to happen.
Who's the other one? Donna Brazile.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's a paid pundit on many of the different CNN and others.
They have no problem when it's spokespeople for things that they like.
Yeah.
But when it's not, there's hell to pay. And by the way, NBC owes Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker, and none of them an explanation. This is who we're hiring. Put them on your panel. If you don't want to, fine. But we're paying them.
Yeah, some of the
end of story.
I've never been in this position, being like a 7-figure TV anchor. But like some of these people at the major, and I'm not talking. And look, if you like Dawn, you obviously did stuff locally for the big channels. But I'm talking about like CNN and like the Don Lemon mindset, like the amount of money that these people have made. And I'm not downplaying what they do as far as the ability it takes. because I don't know if I could get on TV and do a 1 hour show every night. I know content wise, but the camera presence, the ability to read off the prompter, a lot of that is absolutely a skill set. Not your average Tom, Dick, or Harry can just sit there and do that. You got to be really good at what you do. But like Chuck Todd, dude, you offered nothing as far as an opinion or having any piss and vinegar and any juice to your step for 25 years. And then all of a sudden you're on there and you have been afforded a life that the rest of us would kill to have. And he's out there trashing NBC. And I'm not trying to defend NBC here, but like, dude, they don't owe you squat. You got rich off of them.
Yeah.
What a loser.
So today is the day that Donald Trump needs to pay $500 million.
I'm going to chip in. I'm going to help him out.
Do we think he's going to come up with the money today?
No.
Dawn?
Or I think that it may very well be averted because this is historic, and there's a lot of evidence that would show that in many other cases that don't even reach to this level, they extended some kind of, a situation.
Why don't you just declare bankruptcy? That's what I would do.
I think that they'll figure out a way to allow it. I mean, he posted about a third of the money, I think, or he posted a huge chunk. I think they're going to figure. They don't want him to do bankruptcy. That just embroils everything into a hot mess as well. So I think they will come up with something to let him move forward.
What's weird about this is before he claimed he had about $600 to $700 million in cash. Then I've heard he has about $500 million, and we know you're never going to give up your cash. You certainly don't do that. But I also heard this morning at the end of the Fox News rundown at like 5:52, even though Trump sold his shares in Truth Social to the tune of like $3.5 billion, apparently he's not going to be able to get that all in cash.
No,
is what I've heard.
No, because I
don't know how that works. I'm not a financial guy.
It would be. The company wouldn't be worth anything if he immediately got the money and got rid of it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like they're buying it. So no, he's not going to have access to that. So do you guys think they're going to start seizing his properties? Do you think?
I think Letitia James would love to.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think that would be a disaster.
And what was the report last week that they were targeting his first property being a golf course, I think I read?
Well, I heard Trump Tower.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's been talked about, the Building 40 or whatever they call it as well. But
I agree with you, Dawn, that I don't think that there's going to be any seizing of properties, and I believe you're correct with what you're saying about the political aspect of this. It's going to be a disaster if they do that. Frank Luntz also agrees with that. I'm moving on to cut 10 here, Phil. He says that seizing Trump properties will backfire. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
I want you to remember this moment, and don't forget it. If the New York Attorney General starts to take his homes away, starts to seize his assets, it's all going to be on camera. Pundits are going to sit there and scream about this. This man cannot be elected. You're going to create the greatest victimhood of 2024, and you're going to elect Donald Trump. If they take his stuff, he's going to say that this is proof that the federal government and the establishment and the swamp in Washington and all the politicians across the country and the attorneys generals and all of this, that this is a conspiracy to deny him the presidency. He's going to go up in the polls just like he went up every single time they indicted him.
I think Frank Luntz is 1,000% spot on, and he's not a Trump supporter, a Trump apologist, or anything like that. I think if they actually, and this is the best campaign ad Trump could ever have. Let them take one of his assets and let them show the video of that and the recording of it, or putting the bolts and the chains on the doors of a property. That will once again reiterate that Donald Trump is being targeted and that this country has turned into and devolved into a third world banana republic. Yeah. Every time the polls come out, he goes up. This will be, I'm not saying the death knell to Joe Biden, but this will backfire on Democrats. I wholeheartedly believe that.
Yeah, and I think that when something like this happens, it always awakens. It's like awakening the sleeping giant, whatever you want to say. I think a different group of individuals who look at who are concerned about the precedent that something like this sets forth, not just with the fact of an enemy, a political enemy, or somebody who doesn't like your politics, or somebody who doesn't like you, being able to weaponize, let's say, the AG's office or local government to go after you and seize your business, freeze your bank accounts. That's what they're talking about. And then the other side of this is attorneys, because attorneys take what they do very seriously. And I think that for an attorney, you are an officer of the court. Letitia James is the Attorney General of New York State. The fact that she campaigned on this and said she promised, as a campaign promise, that she was going to get him. By the way, that's illegal to do such a thing.
Yes, that's correct.
Right? And so I know we've talked about that before, but as an officer of the court, I just wonder, where are these different groups of lawyers? They have their own bar that is supposed to be the highest bar. If you are a group of prosecutors and professors and all of that, they look at this very seriously. The fact that she did this and campaigned in this way, it takes away from their very credibility.
No question.
Where are these groups? I think something like this would ignite them, finally would trigger them to file something.
I'm also thinking out loud and wondering the same thing in Georgia. Where's the Georgia Bar Association today with Fani Willis? I mean, how has she not been brought in? I don't know if the Bar Association conducts investigations or how they go about, disbarring somebody or putting sanctions on somebody that violates an oath of office or whatever the standards are from a moral or legal implication. I mean, think about how many people have made it so obvious their intentions. Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, Fani Willis, Jack Smith, on down the list. And I'm not sitting here saying Trump's any darling or angel, but like this, to see somebody's assets and then try to imprison your political rival after already trying to censor your political rival. This is why that clip went viral with Tucker Carlson weeks ago when he was on with Joe Rogan. And he was like, think about it. Go down the list. Indictments, impeachments, censorship, taking of assets, imprisoning. What's next? It's only logical to assume, even though I don't think they ever would attempt it. What's next? And Tucker has brought that up. I won't even use the word because it's cringe to even think about, but that's where we're at.
In the Georgia case, I believe, to answer your question, my belief is that they're all waiting to let this play out because Nathan Wade is out, and now they have the judge, McAfee, he let them go ahead with the appeal of his decision. So I suspect, to your point, Nick, that all of these different, lawyers and lawyer groups, et cetera, attorneys groups, the bar, they're waiting to let this thing play out.
All right.
That's my feeling on it.
Okay.
Speaking of Georgia and Fani Willis, she was interviewed by CNN over the weekend, and she warned Trump that the train is coming.
Sounds like a threat.
This is cut 16, Phil. Go.
I don't feel like my reputation needs to be reclaimed. Let's say it for the record. I'm not embarrassed by anything I've done. I guess my greatest crime is I had a relationship with a man, but that's not something that I find embarrassing in any way. And I know that I have not done anything that's illegal. No, my team's been continuing to work, and I think the media, and especially organizations like your own, have been paying attention. All while that was going on, we were writing responsive briefs. We were still doing the case in the way that it needed to be done. I don't feel like we've been slowed down at all. I do think that there are efforts to slow down this train, but the train is coming.
The Fani train is coming.
Oh,
Get
God.
aboard.
Oh, my God.
Not sure Mr. Nathan Wade likes to hear that terminology these days.
Oh, man.
But here's the thing. Fani is now playing the victim card. And you heard, and I'm quoting directly from Judge Scott McAfee at the onset of this, the appearance of or the action of impropriety. Translation, Fani Willis could have had an adult sexual relationship with any man on planet Earth other than Nathan Wade. And talk about campaigning on and being a fraud. Remember 4 years ago when Fani Willis was trying to become the elected district attorney of Fulton County, Georgia. She said, in my office, if I'm the DA in charge, there's not going to be any sex with colleagues. And what is she doing? She's having a relationship and booking trips to cabins in Tennessee with the co-prosecutor against Donald J. Trump. You can't make this up, folks.
How's the polling going in the swing states? Nick, in the 730 block, you mentioned what's happening here in Pennsylvania and how the population change, could that be a net negative for the Biden campaign, since a lot of the counties and areas that he did well in PA now have seen a decline in population since the 2020 election. What's happening in Michigan? So this is CNN. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut 11 here, Phil. The decline in support for Joe Biden amongst voters of color in Michigan. And apparently this is a trend that at least CNN is seeing in battleground state after battleground state. Cut 11, Phil, go.
So let's break this down by race, right? Let's look at voters of color, look at white voters. And what we see here is back in 2020, according to the exit poll, Joe Biden won voters of color in Michigan by 62 points. Look at that advantage today. It has been sliced by a third, only 21 points. That's Joe Biden's lead over Donald Trump among voters of color. Among white voters, Donald Trump has gained a little bit of steam as well. It was 11 points in 2020. His margin over Joe Biden right now is 16 points. But this decline in support for Joe Biden among voters of color in Michigan is something we've been seeing in state after state after state, and nationally as well, where he's got some big problems. This is a historic low amount of support for a Democratic presidential candidate among voters of color, and it seems to be happening across the board, Kate.
And he actually undersold it there. They lost 2/3 of their vote. It was Trump. Biden was a plus 62. He's now a plus 21. He's lost 40 points. So he didn't lose a third. He lost 2/3, which is absolutely alarming if you are Joe Biden and the Democrats. But what's interesting, think about this, and maybe this is going to run counter to common sense and conventional wisdom. Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by about 80,000 votes in 2020. He won Michigan by almost double that, 154,000 votes. Yet here we are today, and I actually think Trump's got a better chance to win Michigan than he does Pennsylvania, despite the fact that Biden took Michigan by twice the sheer raw number of votes.
Interesting.
Think about that for a second. If that polling right there is true and an accurate reflection of what's going on in Michigan, and I think a lot of this, I know he said people of color, but I also think there's a lot going on there with the Middle East population, especially in, what is that town? In Dearborn.
Michigan, yeah.
Major Muslim population. Yep. So Joe and Kamala have a Middle East problem on their hands in the state of Michigan.
I don't disagree with you, but also remember, we talked about that. What was it? What did they vote for in Michigan? Unaccounted or whatever it was that he got.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, 100,000 people voted unaccounted for. And the same thing happened in 2012 for Barack Obama. So that's just a weird state during primaries where they kind of throw these little monkey wrenches in every once in a while just to show the Democratic Party that they're not happy with them and hope that they can have some change. So I wouldn't put a whole bunch of stock in that, but I do agree with you about Michigan.
Okay.
So Joe Biden, or the Biden-Harris campaign, celebrated the 14th anniversary of Obamacare by having a video with bringing out the big guns for this one, Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, boy.
The three of them standing there talking about the accomplishments of Obamacare, putting this ad out for the Biden-Harris ticket. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
And thanks to everyone for joining this special call to celebrate the 14th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act. As you all know, I thought it was a big deal at the time. Well, it's even a bigger deal today. Most consequential health care law since Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. While the Affordable Care Act has been called a lot of things, especially by Republican friends, Obamacare is the most fitting description because Barack did it. Barack did it. It wouldn't have happened without him. No matter how many times he was told to give up, he never gave up. It was always about the millions of Americans. lying in bed, staring at the ceiling at night, wondering, what will happen if my spouse gets cancer, my child gets very sick? Will I have enough insurance? Can I afford the medical bills? Will I have to sell a house? Barack never gave up. That's character, that's leadership. Without the courage of Barack Obama, we'd never have gotten the Affordable Care Act done, period.
This is bigger than Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act. The takeaway for me is this is the level of desperation that Joe Biden is at. But this is also the power of Democrats. And Dawn has talked about this in the past, how Democrats always rally together.
Yeah.
Look how many people are coming out of the woodwork for Joe here. Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Michelle Obama, on down the list. This is the battle that Republicans and Trump are fighting. Forget ballot harvesting and mail-in ballots, forget social media censorship, forget big tech, just rolling out something from 12 years ago. And this is the concern for me. Obama has been around way too long lately. He was just what was he doing over in England last week?
Oh yeah, he was at what was that, Downing Street or whatever?
I'm telling you,
leaving there for a special meeting with the UK.
Yep,
the people in the UK.
Pay attention to this, folks. I'm telling you.
I don't know what's happening there. We discussed squatting laws, squatting rights, and people who can just go into homes and say, "Hey, I live here now," and nothing can be done about it. Two things on this. What does the Biden campaign feel about maybe doing a law or supporting a law outlawing squatting rights? Like these laws that came into effect for whatever reason, and there's only a few states that you can do these in. They're normally liberal Democrat states that you can do them in. Would the Biden administration support a law outlawing squatting?
My guess is no.
This is what Karine Jean-Pierre said on Friday. Cut 7, Phil, go.
Last one. There is a Venezuelan migrant with 500,000 followers on TikTok who is telling border crossers they can live in empty houses in this country. Would President Biden support a law that would make that kind of squatting illegal?
I have not seen that TikTok video, so I can't comment on that.
There it is.
Of course. She can never comment on anything. She's the most unprepared human being in the history of being unprepared. It's unbelievable. By the way, did you see the Babylon Bee did a great parody over the weekend saying that Trump has reclaimed the White House claiming squatter rights?
That's funny. So while New York is arresting homeowners for removing squatters, Florida has a very different approach.
Damn right they do.
This is Florida's approach. This is a sheriff in Milton, Florida, who wants to let everybody know what happens if you come on somebody's private property in Florida. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
As to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, which they did not. If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble. Come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save the taxpayers money.
There you go. Wow.
I love it. Another reason why I love the state of Florida. It's an FAFO state. I would actually run on that if I was going for office. F around and find out.
They literally said, hey, you're not in trouble. Just come and we'll take you for training classes so you're a better shot.
We'll take you to the range for 4 hours. We'll get you lunch, and then you go on your way, and you'll have a better shot.
An amazing piece of video right there.
How about that? We actually prefer that you shoot them.
Yeah, because it saves us hard work, right?
Yes, and there are many laws in these states where you break and enter into somebody's domain, they have the legal right to put a slug right between your eyes.
Yep.
So I'm all for that. Let me guess, Pennsylvania doesn't permit that, would be my guess.
What are the laws here? I don't know. That's a great question.
I don't know.
Squatting is
some research.
I know it's a thing that you're allowed to do here because my in-laws went through it. So I know it's 100% a thing.
And
here.
in Philadelphia as well.
Yeah.
Remember, we had the one family in the Northeast, and they call because the squatters will look for a for sale sign.
Yep.
And then they'll see if the house is empty. They'll take down the sign, move in, put their pictures and their stuff inside because they know that if the cops get called, the police will get in trouble. Actually get in trouble. if they do anything, because they tell the families, sorry, these squatters now you have to go through the courts.
It's unreal.
So then the squatters know that you're more likely to just give them cash.
Mhm.
Like, here's $1,000 cash, just go away.
Right.
That's what they know.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
No, it is. I don't know when. Obviously, there's a start to all of this. When did this start? Where did it originate from? And who the hell allowed this? These are the questions that I have, because it's just patently absurd that anybody could just show up at something that they don't have right to claim, roll in, set up shop, and then on top of it, especially over these last 4 years with the defund the police movement, we're at a point where the cops can't do anything about it. Well, you got to take it up with so-and-so. Great.
By the way, broadcasting, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to follow along, please hit the subscribe button. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. Also, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, like so many of you are doing, please hit the follow button for Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Please hit the follow button if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Well, we were doing the very successful Radiothon on Friday for the Travis Manion Foundation. Marjorie Taylor Greene was speaking on Capitol Hill about the motion to vacate the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. This is what she said. This is cut. Where are we here? I think this is cut 9. Are we at there? Yeah, cut 9. Phil, go.
You saw what happened in the fall. We saw one, speaker candidate after another fall short of getting the votes necessary.
Even narrower now.
You can't. I mean, how could you possibly even find someone to succeed Mike Johnson who could get the votes, keep this conference together, and not plunge this chamber into chaos?
We're going to have to do it because the country is in crisis. We have a border invasion that's happening every single day. We have Americans under the age of 30, for the first time it's showing in all types of polling, have lost hope for their future. The younger generations can't afford to buy a home. Inflation is running rampant. Our country is in crisis, and we need real leaders that know how to fight, that know how to walk in a room and don't get rolled by the deep state, and don't get rolled by the Democrats, and don't get rolled into doing whatever it takes to maintain that power and position. We need a Speaker of the House that actually represents the people. This is the people's house. This is not Washington, D.C.'s house. This is the people's house.
Hang on, if he brings up Ukraine,
You're calling
this a pink slip, a warning sign. The bottom line, you want Speaker Johnson out.
I wouldn't have filed a motion to vacate if I didn't. We need a new speaker. This is not personal against Mike Johnson. He's a very good man, and I have respect for him as a person, but he is not doing the job. The proof is in the vote count today. He passed a budget that should have never been brought to the floor, did not represent our conference, and it was passed with the Democrats and without the majority of the majority.
What happened? Wow. All right. So a lot to unpack there. Boy, number one, let me start with this. MAGA Mike has certainly lost a lot of support within the Republican Party. Remember when he took over and replaced Kevin McCarthy? Oh, he's MAGA this, he's MAGA that, we got our guy. And in a matter of what, a handful of months, Mike Johnson's honeymoon period is over. And I don't disagree with what Marjorie Taylor said. I don't disagree with Marjorie Taylor Greene's stance or stances on many policies. I just always hate the fact that she's the first one seeking a camera or a microphone and always being because she's another one who's positioning herself for her future. So don't ever get that twisted. Even though I like her policy, she's a pain in my butt. But this is a disaster for Republicans. Mike Gallagher is retiring at the end of the month. That gives Republicans a 1-seat advantage right now. And I think, and this is just my opinion, if you look at since the Republican Party took back the House by winning it in the midterms of 2022, we are now, 15 months in, 14 months in, and we've seen now possibly a third speaker on the way. And I get it. 2/3 of the power the Democrats have right now. Democrats control the Senate. They control the White House. There's only so much you can accomplish when you only have 1/3 of the power. But this is exactly why Republicans will continue to lose. It's nothing more than a song and a dance. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden impeachment, Bobulinski. It's just all a song and a dance. And I'm like, can you guys get something accomplished? And this is why I think outsiders look at the Republican Party and say a complete S show. Because of this. We're going to be on our third speaker in 15 months.
Well, Nancy Pelosi was on Inside Inside with Jen Psaki on MSNBC on Sunday, and she said Hakeem Jeffries will be the next speaker, and I agree with her. Cut 19, Phil, go.
Your day. I did want to ask, going on among House Republicans right now, speaking of the House, he'd need them to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Marjorie Taylor Greene filed a motion to vacate the speakership, as you know, in response to Congress keeping the government open with a funding bill she didn't like. But there's also been 2 more House Republicans who announced they're leaving early in recent weeks. It all feels very chaotic and crazy. Is it possible that, because after Mike Gallagher leaves, there's going to be a margin of 1. Is it possible, could you see a scenario where Democrats take the majority even before Election Day because it's so dysfunctional?
Well, I told that to Hakeem Jeffries when he became our leader, and we're very, very proud of him and the whole leadership team. Any one of them could be speaker. Hakeem will be next and soon. Yeah, that could happen. But the fact is that the disrespect for the institution with these motions to vacate, the disrespect for the Republicans in the Congress with the departure of these Republicans takes them to a precarious place. But I remind that I, at the end, only had a margin of 2 because of one thing and another. And when we had the majority, and we still got our work done. We passed a historic agenda under the leadership of President Biden, and working with the House and the Senate in a very, shall we say, respectful, collaborative way. So it isn't just because you have a small margin doesn't mean you can't get the job done, but you have to have unity to do it. And I say to the members, our diversity is our strength, our unity is our power, and that's how we got our work done.
Speaking of unity, remember when Trump said a lot, was it 2 weeks ago, it's the most united Republican Party we've ever had? Yeah, I think that's nothing more than, a song and a dance, clearly not unified. And think about just the egg the Republican Party will have on their face if, while having power, Hakeem Jeffries becomes the speaker. And this is why I keep talking about the fall of 2024 and my concerns, because I don't think Republicans have figured it out yet. Dawn always talks about getting it together. I think the year could be 2035. And Dawn will still be saying, Republicans, get it together.
Oh, God, I hope not.
I have no faith that these people can get anything accomplished.
I have faith.
I have none.
I have the faith.
I love my party, but
this Easter season.
But these people are just so in over their heads with their own little agendas, and they are not representing us, the people.
So 2 things. Republicans are very bad at governing, but also on that.
Republicans are not bad at governing.
Can I just say something, please? Or are you going to just cut me off? Oh, Jesus. Republicans are very bad at governing, but that is also the point. People elect them because they don't want big government. They want people to be held accountable for things. So, Dawn, as you jump down my throat for saying, Republicans are bad at governing, I'm telling you that is the entire point of this. Is it not?
I'll just qualify I'll Greg explain for a moment. What Greg meant is Republicans are fabulous leaders. But leadership means that you're not part of the swamp.
They're bad at governing, and that's the point. The end. That's my point.
I think it's the when we look at actual policy, Republicans' policies are so superior to getting results, but it's all of the dog and pony shows, the circuses, the investigations. And look, when you win back power, by all means, investigate anybody you want. Investigate Fauci. Rand Paul has done that. Investigate big tech. Jim Jordan has done that. I'm all for these investigations because without winning back the House, we would not have been justified in our allegations against the system these last couple of years. But it's when you look at it from the Democrat side, and I've said this on this show before, I don't think you will ever see a more laughable Democratic Party than you see right now with all of their political ideologies and the left-wing woke stuff. Guys can become So, and I say all that to say this. If you can't beat this rendition of the Democratic Party, where most people realize they have gone categorically insane. They've gone so far off the reservation left, they don't even make sense anymore. If you can't beat them now, when will you beat them? Because if they slide back to more of the classic liberal, or dare I even say moderate, the Republican Party as we know it is done. Done. The only thing that gives me a sliver of hope is that they're so crazy that people are like, you know what? Those Republicans, yeah, they have common sense. That's the only thing giving me hope right now.
Excuse me, I have this cough that I can't get rid of.
By the way, I'm on day 8 of this cold. I'm done with the cold, the allergies, all of it. I'm gonna somebody like get a drone and drop a Zyrtec the size of this computer monitor, and I will digest it and eat it completely. My sinuses.
Oh.
Somebody who is very good at his job is
Kayal.
Senator Kennedy, who
he is good.
Debated
my favorite.
Thank you guys. Is the GOP bad at governing? But that's the point. Again, are the GOP bad at governing?
Politicking, not governing, politicking.
I think they're terrible at messaging.
No, they're bad at governing, and that's the point. They want leaders. They don't want leaders. They want people that just go in there and do what they ask them to do. But that's not governing.
Well, my problem...
That's a completely different thing. No. Some people want an orderly government that does things, and other people don't. The GOP right now doesn't want that.
Well, okay, if you're talking about the bureaucracy that's set up, in truth, the bureaucracy helps the republic by not allowing one side or the other to do anything drastic. That's the purpose of the bureaucracy and the back and forth. But I will say, in the defense of those of Matt Gaetz and MTG, and we talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene, that what they're speaking about is our out of control, this budgetary idea, and you look at the budget is incredible. It's ridiculous, and we can't pay for this. And so they're not wrong when you hear the arguments they're making. The only thing I would say, to Greg's point about governing and getting along, is that the Dems seem to be much better about having their conversations, and I relate it to a family. They do it on the inside, and they look unified on the outside. So that's...
Yeah, no, to your point, you're right. For the most part, they don't snipe and take shots at each other. I mean, that's why I think the Fetterman commentary over these last couple of months has been so astounding, is you don't see that from Democrats. I mean, like, Fetterman has been out crushing. It's like everybody's like, oh, Fetterman's been red-pilled. He's been red-pilled. His brain is regaining cognitive function because now he's starting to make sense. Very rarely do Democrats come out and bash their colleagues. Republicans are the ones that are in there just coming out with flamethrowers on the steps of Congress. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I respect Mike Johnson, the man, but he's awful at his job. Basically what she's saying.
So I was speaking about Senator John Kennedy here, who was on. He was questioning I think this is like a ski bro or something.
Yeah, college/Olympian skier from Alaska,
talking about climate change, because I guess this guy is...
The Dems brought him in as a climate change expert.
He looks all of 22.
Yeah.
And he's talking about climate change and all kinds of stuff. And Senator Kennedy, to his credit, asked him specific questions since he's so passionate about it. He must have a lot of facts on his side.
Yeah.
This guy/kid does not. And he goes to school with Senator Kennedy here. This is cut 15, excuse me. Cut 15, Phil, go. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. The audio system has frozen up on Stalker yet again.
The love of God.
By the way, this will get to YouTube, because this to me is the video of the week. Oh, there he is. There's Mr. Kennedy.
There we go.
By the way, if there's one guy in Washington that I would love to have a beer with, it is Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana.
Yep, exactly. All right, let's start this over, Phil. Cut 15, go.
What is carbon dioxide?
I went to high school, but that's carbon dioxide is a gas.
Nice hair, by the way.
Gus Schumacher.
Okay. I'm not a professional to talk about carbon dioxide so much, but
Well, you want us to abolish it, right?
No, there's always going to be carbon dioxide.
Right.
Yeah.
So what is it you want us to do?
Yeah, bro.
Let me back up, because I want to. I mean, you're here as an expert. Tell me more about what carbon dioxide is.
Why would they bring this guy out?
I'm here as an expert cross-country skier who sees the changes in my winters and the landscape that I live in Alaska. And so carbon dioxide is what I see it as is, it's a gas that exists in our atmosphere. And
is it the major part of our atmosphere?
It's a huge part of our atmosphere, yes.
It's actually a very small part of our atmosphere.
Well, okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know. What are you asking specifically?
Yeah, bro.
Well, you say we need to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. I'd like to know first if you know what it is. You want us to abolish fossil fuels?
I never said that.
You never have said that?
No.
Okay. What do you think we ought to do with fossil fuels?
What will we do with fossil fuels?
Yeah. Should we make any changes?
Make an energy drink.
I would like to see a decrease in the use of fossil fuels. I think there's a possibility to use more electric generation.
Okay, over what period of time? 10 years, 50 years, 100 years?
That's not, I would like to see it come as fast as possible while continuing.
How fast?
Sorry?
How fast?
That's amazing.
I don't have a.
You don't know?
Yeah,
I have nothing.
Okay. You just think, well, how much will it cost for us to become carbon neutral in the United States by 2050?
I'm not a professional on that. I don't have an answer.
You don't have any idea?
No.
You just think we ought to spend the money?
I'm not an economist.
Yeah, but it's going to cost money. You realize that?
I'm a skier.
Yeah, but we've also talked about the trade-off of what the cost of climate change as emergencies will cost in the future.
Why would they
also,
bring this
so-
kid up?
Yeah, but it's going to cost trillions of dollars to become carbon neutral by 2050, right?
I do not know.
You don't know. You just think we ought to do it.
I don't have a great answer for you, but I think I would.
If we spent those.
Okay.
See, this is what I just said 5 minutes ago. This is the weakest Democratic Party we have ever seen in any of our lifetime, short of probably the Jimmy Carter administration. This kid, a Gen Z college skier / Olympian, who's an expert probably in only one field, and that is putting on those two little metal skis and skiing down slopes, is there trying to one-up, or at least that was the goal, to one-up Senator John Kennedy. This kid doesn't know anything about climate change. He got destroyed. And oh, by the way, he's an activist. How do I know? I watched the full clip over the weekend. Kennedy actually goes on later to say and brings up ridiculous tweets from the summer of 2020 from our little ski boy about systemic racism and everything else post George Floyd. This is nothing more than probably a TikToker that the Biden administration found and is compensating him.
I'm sure he's probably a very good skier. If he's an Olympian.
They'll make you an expert on
I'm sure he's great. But
emissions.
Why would anybody put him in that spot, though?
I know.
Right?
Doesn't that kid right there perfectly illustrate what we're talking about with today's generation? They don't know anything.
Yeah.
If they don't scroll left or scroll right, they have no answer for anything. Get that guy a Mountain Dew and get him out of here. I love Kennedy, by the way. God, I love Kennedy.
He's so good.
I know we're doing Pints and Politics with Dom and Rand, but boy, if episode 2 is up for debate as to who the guest should be, we need to fly Kennedy up
I
here.
know. It's true.
That guy will pack. I will show up for Kennedy.
The LSU women's basketball coach, Kim Mulkey.
Yeah.
She just ripped the Washington Post to shreds over a story they're planning on writing about her. This is a new thing now, especially I'm seeing it a lot in sports too now, where people are just willing to call out the media now.
Oh, yes.
That never used to be a thing, right?
I think, well, I'll put it this way. I don't know what Kim's politics are, but she used to coach at Baylor, which is in Texas. She now coaches in Louisiana. I don't know if she's a Republican, but I think she is probably right of center would be my guess. And those people certainly have no reservations about calling out the media.
By the way, Tom Walsh with a great was that kid a cross-country skier?
Oh, was he really?
Well,
I don't know.
Forgive me for asking. What's the difference between
But cross country, because he
You know,
points
downhill
out,
or cross country.
Yeah, he points out that a cross country skier is just walking with skis on.
Yeah.
Oh. Like on flat ground, not going down a
Yeah,
mountain.
you're going like this, and it's a good workout, but
Okay. Well, he might be. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'd pay to see John Kennedy on skis.
All right, the LSU women's basketball coach ripping the Washington Post. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
This reporter has been working on a story about me for 2 years. After 2 years of trying to get me to sit with him for an interview, he contacts LSU on Tuesday as we were getting ready for the first round game of this tournament with more than a dozen questions, demanding a response by Thursday, right before we're scheduled to tip off. Are you kidding me? This was a ridiculous deadline that LSU and I could not possibly meet, and the reporter knew it. It was just an attempt to prevent me from commenting and an attempt to distract us from this tournament. It ain't gonna work, buddy. Unfortunately, this is part of a pattern that goes back years. I told this reporter 2 years ago that I didn't appreciate the hit job he wrote on Brian Kelly, and that's why I wasn't going to do an interview with him.
That's a football coach.
After that, the reporter called 2 former college coaches of mine and left multiple messages that he was with me in Baton Rouge to get them to call him back.
Rouge.
I love this woman.
Trying to trick these coaches into believing that I was working with the Washington Post on a story. When my former coaches spoke to him and found out that I wasn't talking with the reporter, they were just distraught. And they felt completely misled. Former players have told me that the Washington Post has contacted them and offered to let them be anonymous in a story if they'll say negative things about me.
By the way, I know nothing about the WNBA,
Correct.
but if I don't know how good LSU is, but if this woman's the coach, I'm assuming they're probably pretty good.
Yes, they're a good program. Now, truth be told, I don't know what this, quote, hit piece story is supposed to include. I would imagine it's probably coming out today, or maybe it came out yesterday and I didn't see it. Boys, if we could pay attention in the next couple of days, if the Washington Post releases this story on the head coach at LSU for the women's basketball program, we'll certainly follow up on it. But this is, I think the biggest takeaway is you're just seeing so many people these days, number one, that know that the mainstream media is not their friend. The mainstream media is, in my opinion, in many regards, the enemy of the people in a bought and paid for world. And by the way, that works on both sides, not just left. Fox News is certainly, I like Fox News. I subscribe to a lot of the opinions there, same beliefs and stuff, but I'm not foolish enough to think that they're not bought and paid for to some extent as well. That being said, what I do find refreshing, and I don't know how many people will know this, but the Auburn men's basketball coach, Bruce Pearl, is Jewish, and he's been very outspoken since October with what's happened in the Middle East, and he has even tweeted ridiculing and ripping not only the coverage of it from the mainstream media, but also the Biden administration. I think now more than ever, at 8:46 on March 25th, we are seeing politics and sports in the same stratosphere more than we ever have. And there's a part of me that thinks that's good. If we can not censor people and not over-regulate, hey, you're in sport. To me, I've always been of one of two beliefs. Either let everybody talk about everything equally, or don't let people talk about politics outside of politics at all. You can't just allow the left to share their views on politics in the world of sports. So either ban all of it or allow everybody to talk about it. But I just love the fact that we are seeing more and more of it. It's refreshing, to be honest.
Kamala Harris sat down with an exclusive interview with ABC News yesterday for ABC This Week. By the way, since we're doing all this hand-wringing about Ronna McDaniel and NBC and Meet the Press.
Hey, by the way, too, it's almost 8:50. We're still going. This is great.
I know. Sorry.
I told you, folks, he had a lot
of stuff. I have a lot of stuff. Who's the chief correspondent over there on ABC, isn't it? George Stephanopoulos.
Yes.
Who did he work for? Just throwing it out there for playing fair.
The Clintons.
Kamala Harris said in this interview that they do not intend to ban TikTok. This is cut 18. Phil, if you will, go.
I want to ask you also about TikTok. We know that bill cleared the House. You have expressed national security concerns over TikTok. So has the president. Why does your campaign then have a TikTok account where you're encouraging Americans to follow it?
So let's start with this. We do not intend to ban TikTok.
Uh-oh.
That is not at all the goal or the purpose of this conversation. We need to deal with the owner, and we have national security concerns about the owner of TikTok, but we have no intention to ban TikTok. In fact, what it serves in terms of it's an income generator for many people, what it does in terms of allowing people to share information in a free way and a way that allows people to have discourse is very important. But we do have concerns about the national security implications of the owner of TikTok, and that has been our position in terms of what I think we need to do to address those concerns.
The ban could happen if its Chinese parent company does not sell the app. Should your campaign stay on TikTok with those national security concerns that you're voicing?
Well, we'll address that when we come to it. But right now, we are concerned about the owner of TikTok and the national security implications. We do not intend to ban TikTok, and we understand its purpose and its utility and the enjoyment that it gives a lot of folks.
And I think the purpose and utility of TikTok under the Biden administration is to certainly grow your next wave of voters, your future base, your Gen Zers, your Gen Alpha. It is an interesting kind of dichotomy, though, because you think about it, it's banned on federal devices, but Joe Biden just recently got on TikTok during the Super Bowl and posted that first video.
Yeah. One more from Harris on the executive action for border security. She blames Congress.
Oh, God. We have to end with Kamala and the border.
Sorry.
I thought we would have a soft landing here, but
no,
okay.
this is a crash landing. Cut 20, Phil, go.
I am ruling out nothing.
I want to ask you about the border. Did you watch that border video down in El Paso? And does that send a message to Americans that the border is secure?
We are very clear, and I think most Americans are clear that we have a broken immigration system and we need to fix it. Members of the United States Senate, those considered to be very conservative, with others, came to a bipartisan resolution. But they're refusing to put it up for a vote. And in large part because we know the former president would prefer to run on a problem instead of fix a problem.
As of right now, is that executive action on the border still on the table? Could we see that?
That does not absolve the fact that the real fix is going to be when Congress acts.
Mm-hmm. Still on the table, though?
Yeah, for consideration.
I do want to ask you also about TikTok.
There you go.
Counterpoint, the guy who has been in office for 3 years didn't address the border once, but now he's seeking re-election, all of a sudden wants to find clarity and a solution. Well, we've let in enough, 7.3 million. I think we can clean things up now. Yeah, not so fast. But as again, we always say everything comes full circle on this show. We did the big take this morning on the border and Kamala. So that would be my question to all of the Democrats. You've given us two different sets of messages. The first set of messaging was the border is secure. And now the new set of messaging is the immigration system is broken. So which one is it? Is the system broken or is the border secure? You tell me, Kamala.
It's so infuriating that this only becomes an issue, by both parties, by the way, that this only becomes an issue during an election year. And this should have been taken care of by this administration that's in office now. This should have been taken care of 3 years ago.
February 2024, I gave you the numbers. A record high February, 189,000.
Yeah, and the GOP has done a good job of bringing it up and making it an issue, but they should have done that 2 years ago.
855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Cut sheet round one in the books. Well, we have a round two coming up. We only have an hour left to go, but we'll find out. We've also got our morning mystery movie clip, Dawn's Big Three, and so much more, including this story on the other side. Parents of well-behaved children rewarded with restaurant discounts.
What?
Yes, we got to have a little parent dining
I have a lot of questions.
conversation.
What defines well-behaved?
Not dumping out cereal in aisle 3 and sitting on the floor and eating it.
I see what
that
you
would
did
be
there.
my guess. We'll get to that as we kick off the final hour on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Recently had the chance to film the debut episode of Kayal Pool Karaoke. That dropped about 5 weeks ago on social media with Patrick Murphy, who you heard at Radiothon. And we filmed that in a 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And it also comes with third-row seating. The wife will absolutely love that. You're picking up your daughters or your sons, and they've got their buddies or girlfriends. You need that extra row? Boom, third-row seating. It comes standard. And you can check out all the different options on the Honda Pilot, including the Trail Sport model, which is great for off-roading in rugged terrain. And you can check them all out at one of their 5 locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all their inventory online in one convenient location. It is your destination for all things Piazza. It's piazzaautogroup.com.
And let's talk about your lawn. You know, after the weekend rain, I noticed my lawn just looking so green and lush. And that's thanks to the lawn care company that I have chosen for years now. So you got to think about Natural Lawn of America's safer lawn care treatments. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. This is not your one-size-fits-all lawn care company. Natural Lawn's certified specialists tailor their treatments to your own lawn's specific needs. They use exclusive organic-based fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls to give you the results you want and the peace of mind you deserve. Locally owned and family operated right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, Natural Lawn is competitively priced. They have a satisfaction guarantee as well. Get started today. Do this. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer here. Free seating every year. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. Get free seating every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED or visit naturallawn.com. Naturallawn.com. Trust the leader in organic-based lawn care, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from passiton.com.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's promo code EARN.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue 9 o'clock here on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The morning mystery movie clip is coming up in just about 20 minutes. Nice little gift card we will tell you about. Also, Dawn's Big Three on the way. Cut Sheet Part 2. What's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter today, and today in music history. Also, great job out of Phil Almquist. He has handed me the squatter rights in the state of Pennsylvania. We will give you those squatter rights coming up in just a little bit. In case you're thinking about occupying somebody's property, we'll tell you what you can do and what you can't do. Not that anybody in this audience would actually do this, but we've got the facts for you. But I thought this was a very, very fascinating story. And I got to tell you, I'm intrigued by this. This is courtesy of the New York Post, with the headline reading, "Parents of well-behaved kids rewarded with restaurant discount." And many people are saying it is ridiculous. They go on to say in the story, it pays to be a good parent at this restaurant. An unnamed eatery is awarding parents who know how to keep butts in seats, according to a viral post on Reddit. The thread, published in the subreddit group Mildly Interesting, showed the cropped image of an ostensible restaurant receipt with an itemized discount line that reads, well-behaved kids. In this case, the total savings of the unenumerated order came out to $6.72, and parents and sympathizers on the social media forum found the promotion insulting and unfair. Quote, as someone who has what people continue to refer to as well-behaved baby, I think this is really stupid. Kids are people. They're human beings. And not all of them are going to be well-behaved all the time. That's life, wrote a disgruntled parent. Quote, this is insane and dumb for a restaurant. Having someone make a judgment call on every single table with kids, unless it's a literal guarantee to make them come back, is ridiculous, blasted another parent. Quote, we have a 3-year-old and a 5-month-old. I avoid restaurants at all costs. There is no pleasure there for us, confessed another Redditor. So I don't see the problem with this. I actually like this. I would actually like to be on the receiving end of said well-behaved children restaurant discount. I don't know about you guys, but when I go to a restaurant with my 9-year-old twin daughters, I make the mandate and the rule. There will be no phones and there will be no tablets. So whatever you're bringing with you in the car, on the car ride to said restaurant, is fine. But when we park and we go in, it's family time. How was your day? How was school? What did you have for lunch? How's dance? Why did you only get a B- on this test? We're gonna have conversations. And with conversations comes face-to-face communication, something I think today's generation truly hates and has been adversely affected by always staring at a screen and a device. But that being said, I've always tried to make it a major priority that my daughters will behave when they're at a restaurant. Even when they were 4 or 5 or 6, like I was kind of that real strict, stringent dad. I didn't want the other group across on the other side of the restaurant, like, look at those unruly heathens over there throwing crayons around, spilling lemonade. Like, I don't want to disrupt anybody else's, enjoyment and leisurely activity. So I've always kind of been like that kind of dad in public. And I would like to think that when you have children that are acting a fool at a restaurant, in all likelihood, it's the result of bad parenting. Now, look, if you have a 5-month-old, I got it. A 2-year-old, I got it. Bottle time, feeding time, crying. Been there, done that, 2 at 1 shot. Totally get it. But why would people be ticked off by this? I don't know about you, but if I get a tab for $113 and restaurant X says, well, you know what? Your kids have good manners. They were, well-behaved and quiet. We're going to take off $9.81 for a well-behaved children. I'm not objecting to that. Who's objecting to this? Why would anybody be outraged by this? I don't understand the beef with this story. Now, I don't frequent Reddit. I try to stay away from all these threads and, I'm going to post a question and read 4,000 answers as to what expert X believes is the case. But, Dawn, I got to believe that your boys have been well raised by good parents. That, this is, I don't know, should we reward good behavior or should it be the expectation? Maybe that's the way to frame the question.
I think it's a great idea by, the private sector, if they want to reward families, they want to give a little discount. Maybe somebody who felt they should get a discount, they're like, hey, what about that discount you advertised? And they're like, yeah, you didn't qualify. Maybe that's who complained about it. But no, I think that's, incentivizing people to either stay away from a certain restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Or
incentivizing if you have kids with great behavior. I think absolutely. I think that's wonderful.
Stalker, you said you had a lot of questions about this.
No, I just, first of all, don't you think, because Dawn brings up a very valid point, don't you think that they're opening themselves up to lawsuits? Because
why?
Who's determining
the restaurant?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
This is my establishment. I reserve the right to refuse service to anybody.
I understand that.
I reserve the right to give you a discount.
But what about the parents who say, you know what, my kids were super well behaved, and then the server was like, no, they weren't, and the parents were like, yes, they were, and the server was like, no, they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
And then what? Then who?
I don't think it's at the discretion of the server. Would be my guess, because if you're a server, what's the last thing you want to do?
Yeah.
You want to minimize your tab?
Agree.
No, you want to maximize that. You want 25% of 113. You don't want 25% of $98.
Yeah.
Because you're living off of tips. So this to me would be like the owner or the general manager if it's a chain. You know, if like Red Robin all of a sudden says, hey, we're going to let our general sales managers all determine good parenting discounts, and we'll give you 5% off if your little snot-nosed germ-creating little booger machine isn't a total pain in the butt to everybody dining in our establishment.
I'm glad they word it as good parenting discounts and not good kids.
Well, technically it says well-behaved kids.
Oh, because I liked the way you worded it better, Nick.
Well, I think
good parenting.
Because I think well-behaved kids are a sign of good
Yes.
parenting in a world where I think we do need more fathers that will get kids
But-
on the right track.
I mean, you have girls. I will say, maybe Greg can speak to this because, boys are just boys.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They're just,
I
and
was
that's
just
why.
going to say that. I was
you
just
know,
going to say that.
And they're good little boys. And so I don't expect. I'm sorry, but when my boys were little, they're not like the girls. They're wired differently, which is why. And back in the day, Greg Stocker and Zioli would tease me because we would only go to Applebee's because Applebee's like welcomes in
Now I
families
get it.
and boys.
Now I get it. Yep.
At half-price boneless wings.
Yeah.
But we really avoided just going out because they're little boys, and or maybe we would, if there's an outdoor place and they can kind of run around. They're wired differently. It doesn't make them bad, or it doesn't make you a bad parent. But I just think you have to know your own limitations.
Oh yeah,
You know?
and boys versus girls present separate sets of challenges. And the one thing I have noticed, and if you are a dad out there with one daughter or multiple daughters, like in my case, God forbid you have twins like I do, explains why my hair's gone. But like the reality is this: girls, when they get together, what I have noticed in my own little personal world, especially with dance girls. So my girls are usually pretty good when they're just together. But if you throw in a third female to the equation, all hell breaks loose. And it's my one daughter and the friend are teaming up on the other daughter, or vice versa. And they get real petty. They kind of splinter off into little factions, and they gossip about each other and accuse the other one of doing something or saying something that the other one didn't. I don't know if that's the same with boys out there. If you have
you never
two
want
boys.
3.
Yeah, it's always the odd number, right?
You want, whether it's boys
outnumbered.
or girls, you want 4.
You don't want to be outnumbered.
No.
True.
Exactly.
Well, let me just say this too. Dawn is correct. Where boys are wired differently, but like the only people that would complain about this, in my opinion, are the ones without kids. Because before I had kids, I would go out to restaurants and be like, boy, these parents really need to control these kids. These kids are acting like a-holes.
Yeah.
But now I get it. So I completely understand it. So I think the only people that would have a problem with any sort of kids discounts or whatever are people who don't have kids, because they don't understand it. Because most parents with kids, if you're out at a restaurant and you see kids misbehaving, you look at the parents and just be like, I see you. I understand. I get it.
And I think
I've been there.
I think kind of the unspoken, like, eye contact works in a restaurant where, like exactly what you're saying. But I think some of the venues where it's really out of control with bad parents and unruly children, I don't know about you, but I've noticed this, the airport. Especially once you get onto your flight and you're sitting down and you have the kid behind you who's yelling or kicking the back of the chair. And I think I don't know what it is about airports and getting on an airplane specifically, but we've devolved into this unruly society. And there's something about being on a plane that causes people to just become very defensive in nature.
I have to ask you guys both a question, because we're playing around with this in our heads. I'm gonna ask Nick first. Nick, what age were your daughters the first time you took them on a plane?
That would have been to Disney in 2017, so about 3.5.
Wow. And how did they do?
One slept like a baby, the other one was a maniac.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dawn, how old were your kids when you first took them on a plane?
They were young. Yeah, we took when David was. David was like 9 months old, and Michael was 2-ish
Oh, wow.
when we, maybe he was almost 3 when we went to Disney.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So they've been flying since they were little.
Have you flown with your son yet?
I have not. And here's the caveat on this. My wife is going to California next week for work, but she's going by herself. But there was almost a part of me that was just like, we should just go, like my son and I should just go with her just because I want to rip this Band-Aid off.
Mm-hmm.
My problem is I'm not worried about him because he's normally a good kid and I think he'll be just fine. It's just that I'm an anxious flyer. So like I would kind of leave this whole thing up to my wife because I need to be like boozed up or something so I can sleep. You know what I mean? Because I hate flying.
So would you be on edge as far as being overreactionary to your son? Like if he just says one thing, you would take it out of context?
I'm an anxious flyer, so I would already be on edge. He could probably feel that in me. And if he, acted up for a second or whatever, I would lose my mind.
Wow.
So like it's more about me than it is about him.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like I'm just gonna let my wife travel with him, and I'll meet them there.
Take notes, Dawn. So Greg's wife in California next week. Presuming here, Greg has daddy duty. So if we get Moody Stalker next week, we know why.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any help at home right now.
But I would say the issue is more when that's a long flight. Even if it's nonstop, you're looking at 5+ hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then how are his ears? We're in allergy season. The ear popping for little kids. And then does he get motion sickness? So my kids were really good travelers. But the problem was poor Michael, he would get motion. So he would just be on a flight vomiting.
Yeah.
And that's like not a picnic.
Yeah, for traveling when my girls were very small, Olivia, she would sleep in the car seat like a champ.
Yeah.
I mean, out. We drove from Bethlehem to Hilton Head, South Carolina when they were 2 years old. Mia stayed awake for almost the whole 12-hour drive. The only thing that would calm her down was playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on loop on YouTube. Dawn, I'm not kidding you. When I tell you for 5 straight hours, all I heard was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, I wanted to open up the door and just fall out of my Jeep onto the highway. But I digress. And I didn't because I'm still here. All right, 855-839-1210. The Morning Mystery Movie Clip in about 5 minutes. Dawn's Big 3 as well. But first, a word from, who do I have here?
Nothing. I put the wrong person in IFB. I meant to talk to Dawn. Sorry about that.
We're going to tell you about Budget Blinds. This segment brought to you by Budget Blinds. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business, budgetblinds.com. And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, it was so great to see Carrie and Bill at the Travis Manion Radiothon Friday. Thank you to all of you who joined us and donated. What an amazing event. But you can really get a sense of how important it is to give back to the community. Think about Carrie and Bill, especially when it comes to supporting our veterans. And we talked about Carrie's service as well. But they're tremendous guys and the exact type of people that I would want working in my home. So with a wealth of experience and a dedication to their field, the professionals at AMC do take pride in pride. You could if you saw them on YouTube when I interviewed them, or if you heard them, you got that sense of pride already, right? And that's what you want when it comes to somebody properly maintaining and repairing your home. They are passionate about putting their customers first and then delivering that great experience, which is why they live by what they call the AMC difference. They do not sell people things that you don't need. And AMC finds the best and the most cost-effective solution for each and every customer. They value your time. They're going to respect your time, so they keep to schedule and communicate openly with everybody. Believe it or not, warm weather is going to be here soon before you know it, and you're going to want your AC, your air conditioning, ready to keep your home cool. So now's the time to call my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. Just call them today. Schedule that spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 leased for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Born, the nurses all gathered round, and they gazed in wide wonder at the joy they had found. The head nurse spoke up, said, "Leave this one alone." She could tell right away that I was bad to the bone.
Kayal Company rolling on live on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube, as almost 3,000 of you did on Friday over the course of 13 hours. Nice work out of everybody. Again, Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon in the books, and we beat last year's mark by well over $15,000. So again, we mentioned this to start the show this morning. I think the total was, $107,000 in change?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Exactly. Yep.
Great job.
Yep.
All right, it's 9:21. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, I'm on fire! Ouch! You're not a zombie. You're talking. You're okay. The hell I am.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that it was you.
Are you? What's with the get up? Oh, I do it to blend in. You know, zombies don't mess with other zombies. A buddy of mine, makeup guy, showed me how to do this. Cornstarch, some berries, a little licorice for the ladies. Suits my lifestyle. I like to get out and do stuff. Just played 9 holes over Riviera. Just walked on. Nobody there.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, the great prize today only is a $50 gift card to Buona Va Italian Seafood Grill. $50 gift card today only to Buona Va Italian. Hopefully I didn't butcher that. Buonava Italian Seafood Grill. And it's a $50 gift card today if you are the winner at 855-839-1210. Caller 12 with the correct answer, 855-839-1210. You will get the $50 gift card. Best of luck. And without further ado, let's get to Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 9:23.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Other news of the day. So we are awaiting word, by the way, as far as Donald J. Trump is reportedly on the way to court. So this case is where he's on his way to a Manhattan courtroom. It's not the Letitia James case, but rather it's the other alleged case with the alleged hush money case. However, we're awaiting word on what's happening with Trump's social media company, True Social. Completed that merger, as I reported on Friday. It could net the former president more than $3 billion. What does that mean moving forward? Would he get the cash? Well, looks like maybe over a 6 months period, but it's not a cash payout. But today is the big deadline to accomplish what many call an historic impossible, and that is coughing up the cash of nearly $500 million in that civil fraud case, alleged fraud case with New York Attorney General Letitia James. Will Trump speak out? We're waiting for this any moment. In Philadelphia, DA Krasner, what's he talking about? What is his latest move? Not talking about crime. No, he's talking about a lawsuit suing the largest pharmaceutical companies in the nation and pharmacy benefit managers over the cost of insulin. That's what DA Krasner is talking about. Diabetes and the cost of insulin. So he claims that the leading insulin makers, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi Aventis, colluded with top pharmacy benefit managers, including CVS, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx, to keep those insulin prices artificially high and price gouge customers. That's what Krasner's talking about.
Normally I am very much against Big Pharma and what they do. But is it really the district attorney's wheelhouse to be specializing in this area, especially considering in his standard line of work, he never really seems to go after anybody? I mean, I don't know. Is this something that would sit well with you? Because your son is diabetic, correct?
Type 1.
Okay.
The issue that I would say is that this is flying in the face of, the state level, whether it's Governor Shapiro, the Attorney General. They already settled that big lawsuit over a lot of this. So I think that he's trying to put it in the face of, to your point, state officials.
Oh.
So he's at odds with.
I was just going to say, is this kind of like payback for the fact that Shapiro's come in and kind of, created this special prosecutor force?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think that's, and I think to try, look, I don't disagree with anybody talking about insulin prices, because for a type 1 diabetic without insulin, they're dead within 2 years.
Yeah.
Or less.
Of course.
So but I will say it's odd to me that a DA would take that on.
It does seem odd.
Number 3, and I've gone back and forth on this one. Number 3, a change in chicken. I got to go with Chick-fil-A announcing, and they're not the only company that's talking about this, but saying that they're shifting from antibiotic-free chicken starting any minute now this spring, citing all the supply reasons. that they will maintain the supply of high-quality chicken, and the antibiotics they use will not in any way interfere with human meds. So this is making headline as far as Chick-fil-A.
Do you think this is a cost-cutting measure by Chick-fil-A?
I think it has to do with the supply chain issues that we've seen shortages in chicken, and because of gas prices went higher and all of that.
Yep.
So I think that this will open up their availability to buy from farms who use antibiotics that are not interfering with, that are not important to human medicine.
Okay. By the way, this is a very unpopular opinion, but I can start the trend for the week. I can give the first bad take of the week. Because it's my honest opinion, and that's what I give you every day on the show. Chick-fil-A wildly overrated.
Agreed.
Incredibly
I agree
overrated.
With you. Me and my wife just had that discussion the other day. We had the nuggets from there. We're just like, I just feel like these should be better than they are.
My daughters go nuts for Chick-fil-A and their Chick-fil-A sauce. And it's kind of sacrilege to say in the South because they swear by it. But I would argue KFC and Popeyes and a few other options out there are just as good as Chick-fil-A. Different, but just as good. I've never understood the Chick-fil-A thing. I don't get it.
Well, the one thing with Chick-fil-A is they do a great job of managing and expediting the lines.
They have massive lines.
They have but they're amazing
correct.
at expediting.
The one in Langhorne, I think it is, up there by Sesame Place. It is a well-oiled machine.
Mm-hmm.
You get in there, they have, there's two lines, there's somebody right there. It doesn't matter if it's raining, sleeting, snowing, there's somebody in that. They're taking your order. They take you right. It is a well-oiled machine.
They are the complete opposite of like a Starbucks drive-thru.
Yes, or Wendy's or any of them. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so that's the big 53 degrees today, bright sunny skies. Watching the forecast carefully because of our Phillies. The home opener is the season opener this Thursday, 3:05 p.m. A lot of excitement as baseball begins in Philadelphia. Will the rain happen earlier and clear out for a beautiful opening day for baseball? We're all crossing our fingers.
All right.
Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you very much. Dawn, we have Ryan in Dover. He's our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. Ryan, good morning. What movie did we just play for you, sir?
Zombieland, sir.
That is correct. We now call that the Bay Area, by the way.
Or Philadelphia.
Or Philadelphia and Kensington.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations, Ryan. You got the $50 gift card.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it because I love you guys.
All right. Well, we love you too, brother. Ryan in Dover with us this morning. We'll come back, get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, and we'll do it right after this. It's Kayal and Company on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you got those dark cabinets or the dark wallpaper, from the 80s or 90s or early 2000s, you know what you need? Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're going to bring your kitchen or your bath back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. And right now they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your entire remodel. Just visit them at kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Just over the top.
Thank you.
God bless you and thank you for your support of the Travis Manning Foundation.
Your response was overwhelming.
God bless you and God bless America. Thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still text to donate. Text TMF to 36413. Thanks to our sponsors. Window Nation for all your window and door needs. WindowNation.com. Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Schedule your spring AC tune-up now. Visit AMCOnTheWeb.com. And the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey's premier full-service resort, conference center, and beach destination wedding venue. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Italia, my favorite destination in the world, Italy. It's called the Grand Event for good reason. Rome, Tuscany, Florence, Orvieto, Siena, Venice, Milan, and the northern Italian lakes region. 12 big days of touring, the kind of dining events that Conservative Tours Tour Company is famous for in Italy. $53.71. That includes your airfare, the Colosseum, the Vatican, Trevi Fountain, Piazza Navona. Fully escorted by my friends at Conservative Tours team in Italy, the Renzo, Romina, and Giuseppe. Call them toll-free at 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. Tuscany beckons, and it's a time to answer. Florence, the history, the beauty. San Gimignano, bustling Siena, and then it's on to the grand finale. Venice, Milan, the pristine resort of Stresa on Lake Maggiore, Bellagio 2. This fall in Italia. Ciao.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. Tourney time is here. Mike Valeni and I are going through every matchup of the big dance over on the podcast. We're talking sides, totals, mix in a reckless parlay every now and then. Come on, it's fun. We've got tourney trends, futures plays, who wins the national title, something for every bettor and every sports fan. Region by region, game by game, however you want to digest it, it's there. Download Cash the Ticket today. It's on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Kayal Company, 9:35. Good to have all of you in here on a Monday morning. What's on the cut sheet, part 2. In just a moment, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Today in music history, courtesy of Phil Almquist. And who won Twitter today? Just like 2 breaks ago, Phil printed out and handed to me in the studio how to remove a squatter in Pennsylvania. We were having that conversation earlier. So I've got a couple of pieces of advice for you. This is directly from the state's website. How to remove a squatter in Pennsylvania, for all of those wanting to know. These are the 6 things you need to know. Number 1, the owner must send a formal eviction notice as per Pennsylvania eviction laws. In Pennsylvania, the possible eviction notices are a 10-day notice to pay or quit, a 15 or 30-day notice to cure or quit. Number 2, after the notice period has expired, the owner must file a complaint of forcible detainer with the Pennsylvania Justice of the Peace Court. Number 3, the court will issue a summons to court, which must be served to the squatter by the sheriff or another authorized process server. Number 4, the owner and adverse possessor must attend a hearing to present evidence of lawful ownership of the property to the judge. Number 5, upon confirming ownership, the judge will issue a writ of restitution instructing the squatter to move out within 11 days. And then lastly, if the squatter does not move out, the sheriff will return to forcibly remove them and return possession to the actual owner. So that is the squatting eviction process here in the good old state of Pennsylvania. For any of those that are encountering this new trendy uptick in claiming what is not yours. So there you go.
But they don't really account for in that, and this is the problem for the people that we were talking about, where there's a strategy where people are walking around, they're looking for a home that has a for sale sign in front of it. Yep. They realize that the home, the people have moved. And then they take the for sale sign off the lawn, they remove it, they move in, and then you have to follow the rules that Nick just said.
Yep.
You have the burden of proof, which is insane.
I know, it really is. Unless you're in Florida, and then the sheriffs encourage you to shoot these people, which we told you about in the cut sheet this morning. All right, let's get to round 2 of What's on the Cut Sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Last night on 60 Minutes, they did an interview with, a candid interview with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, talking about all kinds of things on like his legacy, the border crisis, and the new policy to fight the cartels. And that's where I'm going to take you first on this Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. The head of the DEA says the Mexican cartels are mass-producing fentanyl that are entering the U.S. But the president of Mexico lays part of the blame on the United States. Would you like to hear this?
I would.
This is from 60 Minutes last night, and this is cut 17. Phil, go.
The head of the DEA says cartels are mass-producing fentanyl, and the U.S. State Department has said that most of it is coming out of Mexico. Are they wrong?
Sí.
Yes.
No.
Or rather, they don't have all the information, because fentanyl is also produced in the United States.
The State Department says most of it's coming from Mexico.
Fentanyl is produced in the United States, in Canada, and in Mexico, and the chemical precursors come from Asia. You know why we don't have the drug consumption that you have in the United States? Because we have customs, traditions, and we don't have the problem of the disintegration of the family.
But there is drug consumption in Mexico.
But very little.
So why the violence then in Mexico?
Because drug trafficking exists, but not the consumption.
López Obrador says threats by U.S. lawmakers to shut down the border to curb drug trafficking is little more than saber-rattling. That's because last year, Mexico became America's top trading partner.
They could say, we are going to close the border, but we mutually need each other.
What would happen to the U.S. if they closed the border?
You would not be able to buy inexpensive cars if the border is closed. That is, you would have to pay $10,000, $15,000 more for a car. There are factories in Mexico, and there are factories in the United States that are fundamental for all the consumers in the United States and all the consumers in Mexico.
So a lot to unpack there, but due to time constraints, I'll just give you 1 or 2 bullets here. So first of all, also keep in mind fentanyl's coming from China and Asia, and obviously it comes up through the southern border, but it also emanates from Asia. Secondly, how about him taking a swipe at the de-evolution of the family structure in America, which is absolutely accurate, but how about the fact that he's sitting there saying, well, we don't have the drug problem that you... Yeah, no wonder why you guys don't. Because our administration allows them to come across the border and come to America. Yeah. It's hard to maintain all these drug addicts and things like that when they're being let out of prison and our border is wide open. Another thing where Trump was right about.
By the way, the drug cartels run Mexico. I mean,
yeah, that guy could be totally bought and paid for as well.
Of course they are. Of course he is. The drug cartels run Mexico.
Yes. The Mexican government, very, very tainted and corrupt.
And by the way, without American consumers, the drug cartels go out of business. So they need us to be doped up. I'm serious,
Yeah,
right?
Of course. Supply and demand.
Yep.
If the demand remains there, it's not going anywhere.
Because they're killing all the Mexican drug addicts.
It's unbelievable.
On Friday night, Bill Maher had a guest, Kayal Swisher from the New York Times, who just wrote a book, and they talked about a lot of different things. But this, what I want to focus on for a few minutes here, is the government and social media companies shutting down the COVID debate. We know that went before the Supreme Court last week, and they discussed that. Bill Maher and her kind of went at it over this subject. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
So, I want to ask you about this case that's before the Supreme Court, Murphy versus Missouri. It used to be Biden versus Missouri. It's a free speech issue. Very interesting to me, because I was always on the page during the pandemic that they should not be shutting down debate about medical matters.
Yes, correct.
I was a dissenter on many of these issues, and as the years roll by now, we see that the dissenting opinions on a lot of these things were quite the right ones. Okay.
Although we still don't know. We're not going to know perfectly, but go ahead.
Okay, but we should have been able to argue about whether it came from a lab, which we weren't. Things like that. Natural immunity, whether it was better to go to the beach and get sun and fresh air, as I would have said, as opposed to sitting home and day drinking.
Right. All right.
And putting on weight.
Look, Phil,
They never mentioned that obesity was the biggest factor.
I get it.
They have a lot to answer for. Anyway.
They do, but you're in the middle of a plague and a debate that people don't know. And so
yes,
you're going to have
so you should be able to debate it. This is medicine.
You should,
they
but
don't
this
know.
Is not the moment was not. People make mistakes, and science says it makes mistakes.
Well, this is what the lawsuit is about.
Okay.
Because there were two doctors, Jay Bhattacharya and Martin Kulldorff. They're from Stanford and Harvard.
Right.
And they said we were shut down, not always fully, but there are ways to do that. And they're not radicals. They were saying things like we're going too far with school closures. Again, I think has been proved right. My question was always why are your doctors more important than my doctors, the ones I want to listen to? And the social media companies were in the tank with the government, as opposed to what you were just saying before about you're the watchdog, and you have been. Right. They just did the bidding of the government. That's what the lawsuit's about.
So well said. And it's exactly what I've been echoing for years since this pandemic started. We live in a medical world where you're always welcomed to seek a second or third opinion on any diagnosis. You don't like what the doctor says, you can go elsewhere and chase down your illness or chase down a confirmation or a diagnosis. But when it was with COVID, you couldn't. You couldn't question it. And I'm glad that he checks Kayal Swisher there. Well, it's science, and science isn't absolute, and we didn't know. Yeah, even more reason why we should be able to debate the science. Anytime the government or big pharma tells you just shut up and trust the science, that should be a red flag immediately. It's well said by Bill.
That's what I got, brother.
All right. 9:45. Cut sheet part due in the books. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Today in music history from our buddy Phil Almquist. And who on Twitter today? It's all still ahead. Stay right there.
Dawn here. Are you looking to improve the health of your lawn? Look no further. Natural Lawn of America has been creating green, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs, reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your entire family. Call today. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED or naturallawn.com. Greener grass, fewer weeds. Guaranteed.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher into 2024, forcing millions of hardworking Americans to delay their retirement or even return to the workforce. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting your nest egg. Discover how our proprietary inflation fighters can protect your retirement lifestyle at our next Crash Proof Retirement Educational event at Springfield Country Club on Tuesday, April 16th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
I-49, it is Kayal and Company winding things down on this beautiful Monday morning.
So you know we love instant feedback here.
Yes, we do.
Whether it's positive, negative, it doesn't matter. We just want to hear your opinions. You can do that on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Although there was a story over the weekend that Instagram is limiting political content. So I wonder how that's going to shape for the videos that we post on Instagram. That being said, Dan Boy writes on Twitter that bad move trashing the CFA. Were you guys trashing the CFA?
Well, first of all, what CFA? What is he talking about?
If you can't find anything else to call out, then you are not living. Nothing's perfect, but they are as good as it gets in the world we live in today, and are training youth on the right way to do things. Bad move, folks.
Well, let me ask a very entry-level question. What is the CFA?
I don't know. I'm just reading a tweet. Thought
Dawn,
maybe.
Dawn, do you have any idea what the CFA is?
He said we were trashing the CFA?
Yeah.
I don't even know what the CFA is. Okay.
Is it Chick-fil-A Association?
Oh.
I don't know.
Well, that could be it.
Hang on. Let me.
The CFA Institute.
Usually it has to do with financial.
Yeah,
I was
it's a-
thinking it was a financial thing. I'm like, did we...
Global Association of Investment Professionals?
Yeah, I don't
know.
know.
We weren't talking about finances.
Nope.
Chick-fil-A?
I don't know.
I don't know. We weren't bashing Chick-fil-A.
Oh,
You
Phil's
guys-
saying Chick-fil-A abbreviation.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, you guys were saying that you don't think it's as... Or you think it's overrated.
I think it's vastly overrated.
I don't. It's delicious. Okay. I didn't say anything because I'm always dieting, so I can't trust me. If I could get Chick-fil-A, I would like devour it.
I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't eat Chick-fil-A or I don't have it, but I don't
agree with you.
understand-
It's not
Yeah.
not what everybody says. It's
I
like
mean,
the
people think it's the
thing in
greatest
world.
chicken of
Yes.
all time. I'm
It's
like,
delicious. It's
well, delicious and being overrated are two totally.
Yes.
We should have had this conversation when I said this the first time around. I didn't know you were such an adamant defender of Chick-fil-A. I just think I'm a Popeyes guy first and foremost. But having lived in Nashville, you haven't had real fried chicken until you've had Nashville hot chicken. That will just blow your lid off.
Agreed.
If you like hot food.
I agree. Fried chicken should be some sort of like a Southern staple.
It is. It's
just making everybody hungry.
I know. I'm going to make some fried chicken when I get home today.
It's nothing. It's just, I don't know. Their nuggets they're fine. I don't know.
It's fast food. How good could it be?
They're good, but it's not like mind-numbingly amazing.
No, I would rather make chicken myself at home, but
people get in their feelings about this stuff too because
because they're hungry.
Yeah. No, that and who they represent, because Chick-fil-A is quote unquote right leaning. You know what I mean? Just because they have Christian values.
Yeah, I applaud them for that. I also think their chicken's overrated.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Dawn, what do we got lined up top of the hour?
And there's so much breaking with DJT, 2 different courtrooms in Manhattan. We're watching that very carefully. And obviously, we'll bring, we'll take it live if Trump speaks, which often he does as he's walking into a courtroom any moment now. So we'll bring you that. You're not going to miss a thing because we're live and local, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's why Greg made it so that we never miss a beat. So we'll talk about that. Something that was, I think, missed or maybe not missed by the mainstream media, but I do want to get into the Afghanistan withdrawal and some important admissions by military leadership and some pretty profound statements that were made during testimony last week. Want to get into that one as well. What's going on in Philadelphia, Krasner, leadership, and beyond. And then in the 11 o'clock hour, more on law enforcement with our friend Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. She'll be here in the 11 a.m. hour to help us break things down. There's just so much breaking right now. Can't even go through all of it, but we're just going to keep you posted all the way through.
All right, Dawn, looking forward to that top of the hour as we get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 25th, we celebrate the birthdays of Jeff Healey, Aretha Franklin, and Elton John. Pretty good list. We also lost Taylor Hawkins to the Foo Fighters on this day in 2022. Notable albums include Linkin Park's Meteora from 2003, Deep Purple's Machine Head from 72, and Heart Attack by Crocus in 88. Also, Elvis Presley bought Graceland on this day in 57. America's A Horse with No Name hit number 1 in 72. In Excess played their first U.S. show in 83. The Who also played their first U.S. show on this date in 67. And lastly, on this date in 2007, Elton John set the then record for the most shows played at Madison Square Garden in New York when he performed for the 60th time on his 60th birthday. Side note, Billy Joel plays its 100th show next month, and I'll be at the 101st show in May. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Great work out of Phil. How about that? A lot of little nuggets in there.
Crocus. Oh, my Lord.
By the way, best, you're a Foo Fighters guy, right?
Yeah.
Favorite Foo Fighters song of all time?
Aurora.
Off
of whatever that 1999 album is called.
I was jamming out to Everlong over the weekend. I had that on loop.
That's a great song.
Yeah.
It's
a good gym song.
It's a fabulous song, but it's been overplayed.
Okay. Yeah, that's usually my wheelhouse, and that's usually what you hate. That's why I brought it up. All right, let's get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Hassan Bin Sober says, my kids were always well behaved in restaurants. The only time I was embarrassed was when my 5-year-old yelled loud enough for everyone to hear. Look how fat that guy is.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Oh, that's it. We didn't know if it was him.
I mean, it's fair to assume.
I love kids because there's no filter. They will just say whatever's on their mind.
Oh, they will.
It's awesome.
They believe in free speech.
You want to know how good or bad you're looking that day? Just ask your kid.
Yep, no doubt. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And as our favorite senator would say,
good night, everybody.
Win a 2024 BMW 740